Chapter 1076, Meeting Chaos Again. The creature's amazement made Su Ping's body explode a second time. Resurrect. Su Ping wasn't ready to give in. He even thought it was fun challenging that kind of ferocious beast with his energy points. Su Ping resurrected and immediately unleashed all his strength to charge at the opening on the body's neck. He had to figure out exactly what kind of creature the ferocious beast was, or at least remember its appearance. There was even more amazement in the bloody eye when Su Ping resurrected again. The creature didn't stop Su Ping, even though what the latter had done was a bit insulting. In fact, when the gap between two parties was too wide, the stronger one wouldn't take the weaker one's actions offensive, just like humans wouldn't consider ants on their clothes as an affront. On the contrary, the bloody eye merely gazed at Su Ping curiously. Whoosh! Su Ping had already reached the body's opening. He felt that his blood was gradually freezing under the enormous pressure as he approached the bloody eye. But he was becoming accustomed to the situation and was growing quickly because of it. He gritted his teeth and continued flying upwards, trying to distance himself from the bloody eye. He was then gradually able to see the head of the enormous beast, which gave him a shock. It was none other than the chaos perception dragon he had met before. The beast was asleep when he saw it back then, but it was hunting and wide awake at the moment. Su Ping saw that the beast's upper half was stepping on the remains. It was even bigger than the body lying on the ground. It seemed to be the one that killed the other beast. No wonder it carries such an abundant aura of chaos. Su Ping was stunned. It was one of the most ferocious beasts even in the Archean divinity. Ancestral gods would have to work together in order to kill it. To think I'd meet this guy again, and it's awake this time. Are we destined for each other? The idea popped up in Su Ping's head and was rendered speechless. Although he wanted to encounter formidable beings and learn from them, he didn't want them to be too strong. He would have nothing to gain if he was killed too quickly anyway, except for more boldness. However, I wouldn't have touched the law of chaos without approaching it. The price of being killed by it twice is not too much. I'll just consider it as payment, Su Ping thought. Su Ping's mind suddenly came to a halt as he pondered. He then re-entered the resurrection space without feeling a thing. I died again. Su Ping was quite puzzled. He never even saw the chaos perception dragon do anything. He thought for a moment, then chose to resurrect on the spot. The chaos perception dragon stared at Su Ping after he resurrected again, obviously not expecting him to revive. It had killed Su Ping 3 times in a row, each time using a different kind of power. The first time, it simply erased him with the power of laws. The second time, it chose power of a higher level. Lastly, it used a power that even the creature itself couldn't reverse. However, Su Ping's death was still reverted. Such resurrection was beyond the laws of time and space, including the higher-level power used. The great dragon couldn't understand how Su Ping had been revived. But the creature could make a guess. After all, it was already at the peak of all living creatures in all universes. It knew a lot about the essence of the universe. The chaos perception dragon stared at Su Ping for a moment, then withdrew its gaze and looked at the young chaos beast. After a while, it suddenly grabbed the youngling with a power and placed it on its tusk. The tusk was as large as a hill. The young chaos beast was terrified as it lay there, losing control of both bowel and bladder. Even though it was an ultimate creature born in chaos, and its bloodline was even nobler than that of the chaos perception dragon, it was still young and had yet to visit many cultivation sites. It probably would have been scared to death if it were any other star state or even star lord beast. Su Ping's face had a weird expression after seeing that. He didn't consider the young chaos beast an embarrassment. In fact, he admired its courage. He certainly wouldn't have dared to pee or poop on the chaos perception dragon's teeth. Indeed, he could resurrect the beast and it should act fearlessly, but there were still certain things that could invoke awe and fright. Is it going to eat the young chaos beast? Both belong to the chaos clan. Su Ping's eyes glittered. He would resurrect the young chaos beast if it was eaten. He had tested that the eaten body would be gone after the resurrection, so it was impossible for the young chaos beast to be digested. Still, the chaos perception dragon didn't do anything expected by him. It simply stared at the young chaos beast on its tusk with surprise and a bit of disappointment. It slowly turned around, as if about to take the young chaos beast away. Su Ping was stunned for a moment. He instantly summoned the young chaos beast via the contract. He certainly wouldn't allow his precious pet to be taken away. The chaos perception dragon watched as the young chaos beast disappeared from its tusk and paused. It turned around and gazed at Su Ping, deep in thought. It was so intelligent that countless thoughts quickly rolled on its mind. The dragon soon reached a conclusion. It extended its long elephant-like nose and sucked the enormous corpse next to it. A mountainous cluster of red light emerged and roiled in the air moments after. Then the red light gradually became murky and looked like void energy. It couldn't be described with any color, as it contained all colors possible. The mass of murky energy was condensed, from thousands of meters in diameter to hundreds of meters, while still keeping a spherical shape. It later became 50 meters in diameter, after condensing for a while longer. It was as small as a meatball in the eyes of the chaos perception dragon. The great monster rolled its eyes, then separated a ball of energy dozen meters in diameter, which flew towards the young chaos beast and wreathed the little one like a dirty bubble. The young chaos beast was quite nervous and frightened, but it very soon discovered something and fear changed into delight. It waved its claws and started swallowing. That's chaos energy. Su Ping was quite shocked by the scene. The chaos perception dragon was able to produce chaos aura by refining the corpse. Even more surprisingly, it had shared some of the precious chaos aura with the young chaos beast. Is it trying to help? Was it trying to fatten the prey before eating it, or did it simply want to help it grow? Su Ping felt thrilled by the prospect. Either way, the young chaos beast would benefit a lot from the process. In any case, the plan would fail if the chaos perception dragon was hopping to fatten the young chaos beast to eat it. Su Ping gradually approached and looked at the young chaos beast soaked in chaos energy. He was quite envious. That was chaos aura, which was hundreds of times better than divine power. The young chaos beast sensed his presence and grinned. It waved a claw, pushing a ball of chaos aura over to him. The chaos perception dragon narrowed its eyes upon seeing that, and a killing aura began to spread in the world. But then, the killing aura disappeared in a flash. It looked at Su Ping thoughtfully and remembered his strange resurrection method. There was also the young chaos beast, which made it realize something. The next moment, another 5-meter diameter ball of chaos aura was separated and pushed towards Su Ping. He was enveloped in an abundant chaos aura before he could react. Such action left him in shock. Do I have a share in this too? Was the beast that generous, giving out a share to anyone present? Su Ping quickly realized that there was a misunderstanding. He found that he had been separated from the young chaos beast the moment he was covered with chaotic aura. The young pet flew straight toward the chaos perception dragon. But then, the young one stayed inside the chaos bubble instead of swallowing it. The chaos perception dragon simply stared at the little one without doing anything. They seemed to be communicating. It also seemed to be some sort of inheritance transfer. Su Ping was astonished by that scene. The chaos perception dragon seemed to think highly of the young chaos beast and wanted to help it grow. Is it because they're both from the chaos clan? Su Ping's eyes glittered. He gazed for a moment, then found that the chaos perception dragon was still unmoving. He simply left them alone. After all, he would feel if the young pet died and eventually resurrected. At the same time, while being covered in the aura of chaos, Su Ping was suffocating. He felt that his body was quickly being upgraded. Even the golden crow bloodline deep inside his body seemed to be evolving. Chapter 1077, Path Source. The golden crows were ancient mythical creatures born from chaos, but they weren't the strongest mythical chaos creatures. Su Ping's body was evolving quickly while immersed in the abundant aura of chaos. Also, the deity aura inside his body seemed to be evolving too. Such an opportunity was too rare to be missed. Su Ping focused his attention on absorbing the chaos aura. Chaos. The chaos aura surged inside Su Ping. His body was seemingly in the process of being dissected and transformed, but his mind was even sharper than before. His awareness of the environment improved and became more thorough. He was currently in the primary space, but he was able to detect what was happening in multiple, deeper spaces. If I'm strong enough, will I be able to see the ninth space with one peep? The idea popped in his mind. He carefully examined the mechanisms, hoping to grasp the law of chaos more intensively. Time flew. The chaos aura covering Su Ping contracted from 5 meters in diameter to only 2 meters. It was still contracting, until Su Ping's body could no longer be covered. Su Ping then woke up from his contemplation. His astonishment grew along with the deepening of his understanding about the chaos law. Chaos turned out to be not as complicated as he thought. It was just that the conditions for such understanding were harsh. Perhaps every creature could master the law of chaos back in the ancient epoch of chaos, when the chaos energy was abundant, just as every human could breathe. Su Ping looked forward, only to find that the chaos perception dragon and the young chaos beast were still in the same location. However, they were no longer facing each other. The young chaos beast was soaking inside a massive ball of chaos energy and rolling endlessly, like a fetus being developed in the womb. Is the dragon filling the young chaos beast with chaos energy? Su Ping was then further convinced that the chaos perception dragon was nurturing the young chaos beast. The young chaos beast's level didn't rise. If it had wanted to rise to higher levels, the chaos energy should have been abundant enough for it to reach the Star Lord state, or even the ascendant state. Even so, it remained in the star state. Su Ping guessed that the chaos perception dragon was probably helping it improve its body. The young chaos beast had a top-ranking bloodline, but the requirements to train it were harsh too. Su Ping had access to plenty of cultivation sites. Still, very few of them were suitable for the young chaos beast to grow. After all, it could only activate its potential and hone its combat will by fighting beasts. And no matter how much potential it had, it couldn't grow without nutrition. The nutrition needed by the young chaos beast was chaos aura, which Su Ping couldn't find easily. I didn't expect I would raise a malnourished pet, but it seems that I got lucky this time. Su Ping smiled bitterly as he looked at the chaos perception dragon with grateful eyes. Whatever purpose it had, he and the young chaos beast had benefited from this. He glanced at the mountain of chaos energy in the distance, which made his heart race. He emboldened himself and asked the chaos perception dragon telepathically, Sir, could I have more chaos energy?" The dragon's bloody eye rolled a bit. Its eye was so big that it was able to see him without moving. Still, Su Ping felt that the creature was gazing at him. Su Ping gritted his teeth and looked back. He was indeed nervous, not because he was afraid of death, but because he didn't want to be refused. That was a great opportunity. He would feel awfully sorry if he let go of it. A long time passed. The chaos perception dragon withdrew its gaze, and another ball of energy about 10 meters in diameter flew out of the mountain towards Su Ping. Su Ping felt thrilled. He was about to express his gratitude, but then he was pushed violently, thousands of meters away from the young chaos beast. Su Ping had trouble dealing with the motion sickness afterwards. He realized that it only accepted his request because it didn't want him to disturb the young chaos beast. That guy truly thinks highly of kinship, Su Ping thought. He wasn't jealous at all. Rather, he was delighted to continue his meditation inside the chaos energy. Time flowed. Still, time seemed to have frozen for Su Ping as he solemnly sat inside the chaos energy, just like a statue. The chaos energy had shrunk from 10 meters in diameter to 3 meters. However, the remaining chaos energy rippled and roiled slowly. After that, a dirty, smoke-like airflow drifted from the void, and entered the chaos energy field. It seemed to be a group of countless stained ribbons. The chaos perception dragon saw this from a distance as it slightly rolled its eye in surprise. Then, another ball of chaotic energy 10 meters in diameter flew out of the mountain and drifted towards Su Ping, melding with the remaining chaos energy covering him. But this time the collision was so gentle that Su Ping didn't even detect it. Su Ping was at the moment completely devoted to the law of chaos. He was sensing the essence of chaos thanks to the energy covering him. His law of chaos was perfected as he continued exploring. The supreme law had been perfected. Such a feat would shock a lot of people if it was made known. Not even ascendant state experts had achieved such a thing, only some heavenly lords. Su Ping had just perfected the law of chaos, even though he was only in the star state. That was truly a fortuitous incident. He had luckily, or unluckily, run into the chaos perception dragon. Furthermore, he happened to have the young chaos beast with him, which caught the great dragon's attention. Otherwise, considering the beast's nature, it would have captured Su Ping to study him, even if it couldn't kill him. Chaos is the beginning of everything. Su Ping detected the broken pieces of countless laws within chaos. It seemed that all the laws of the universe had been born there due to some unique conditions. However, the perfected law of chaos carried a trait that couldn't be separated, which had infinite possibilities. Once the law of chaos was perfected, Su Ping realized he was able to locate things he couldn't find or wouldn't pay attention to in deeper spaces. He could combine them and create a tiny bit of chaos energy. When thousands of little chaos bits were combined, they could gather and form a hint of chaos aura. That was mainly because the energy was too sparse. Su Ping's efficiency would be much higher in places where energy was abundant. Su Ping then realized how the guy refined chaos energy from the ancient corpse. The perfected law of chaos should be able to allow me to enter the depths of the source world. He became excited once he thought of this. That trip to the Archean divinity was quite rewarding. He had been craving to establish a third world, and he finally saw hope. His combat ability would soar once he established a third small world. Su Ping didn't know how stronger he would become, but he would surely be much stronger. He took a deep breath and continued familiarizing himself with the law of chaos. Once he made sure he knew it well, he finally gathered the law of chaos on his eyes and opened them. The chaos energy was instantly separated, and the world before his eyes changed and was lifted. His body seemed to be moving forward on a road of light until he entered another world. Is this the galaxy? Su Ping somehow felt he had just jumped to the surface of the sea, straight from the bottom. Above him was a brilliant river, like the Milky Way. Still, it was more brilliant and dazzling than the Milky Way. It carried a perfect and mysterious aura, making it impossible for anyone to look away. It seemed that time had somehow been solidified, from that moment until eternity. That was definitely not the same thing Su Ping saw when he previously entered the source world. He had seen nothing but an infinite void. However, this time, the long river contained countless, impeccable path sources. Su Ping knew that it had to be the core of the source world. He tried to control his body to fly towards the brilliant river. He was truly flying, but not fast enough. The river above him remained ever distant, seemingly unreachable. Su Ping didn't forget to conceal himself with a heavenly tribulation aura, but the result was the same. He didn't get any closer. His understanding of the space law allowed him to sense that the distance between them wasn't shortened at all. There's some sort of power blocking the long river. If that's the case, how am I going to touch and learn paths? Su Ping stopped and looked around. He didn't see anything else except the flashing path sources far, far away. Su Ping walked in the void, observing and looking up at the long river now and then. Is that where all the paths gather? The end of the long river is also the end of all path sources. So to speak, I'm not in the core area of the source world just yet. I've just made it to the inner circle. Su Ping's eyes glittered. He remembered how Heather had mentioned that an invincible expert had tried to cut the source world apart. They probably tried to cut the river. He took a deep breath. Since it was impossible to touch upon the river of paths, he had to find the laws of the source world there. He stopped in the void and extended his consciousness to examine the source world carefully. "This long river looks more and more like flowing blood to me," Su Ping mumbled. Chapter 1078, Origin. Based on his experience back in the Sea of Illusions, Su Ping extended his consciousness and carefully examined the features of the source world. Still, the source world was unlike the Sea of Illusions, where void laws and illusory spirits could be felt everywhere. At the moment he could not feel neither time nor space. Everything seemed to be frozen, but was somehow flowing at the same time. The stillness was felt. However, the flow was visible to the naked eye. Su Ping felt he was in the middle of a frozen painting that would never be changed. Even so, everything was constantly changing before his eyes. Something seemed to have blocked Su Ping's senses, preventing him from truly feeling the source world. It accommodates countless paths and never changes. Every path seems to have its own trajectory. This is the core of all worlds. It's like the chip of the most delicate machine. Why are the path sources attracted to this place? What's attracting them? Su Ping continued to ponder. Countless thoughts rolled in his head. His brain had been significantly developed and his mind was sharp. He was inferring things based on the information he had, just as he tried to find the answer. There was the likelihood of him finding the wrong answer. In that case, he would have to start all over. Time flew. Su Ping seemed to be frozen in the source world. He completely forgot the passage of time. A long while passed, maybe a day, a year, 10 years, or even 1,000 years. Countless paths were rising and falling around him. Some melted, while others separated, as if something new was being created. The thousands of paths here might have been the same one at the beginning. Su Ping raised his head and looked at the brilliant river above his head. While seen from a distance, the countless paths seemed to look like a thick path when considered as a whole. Everything is created from nothing. Source, this is the source world of all paths. It's the beginning of all worlds. The only thing that can accommodate paths is another path. The only thing able to attract paths is another path. This is the origin. Su Ping's head was ringing. His spread consciousness in the void touched upon something. A brilliant law was gathering slowly before him. The law began to consolidate and gradually turn into a round point, just like a singularity. It contained all kinds of laws and features, while having infinite variations and possibilities. That was the law of origin. Apart from the four supreme laws, there are also the laws of illusion and origin. He was both shocked and enlightened after he stared at the law of origin, then felt the traits and energy contained. The four supreme laws only applied to the universes, but beyond all the universes, there were worlds independently formed by supreme laws, such as the Sea of Illusions and the Source World. Su Ping took a deep breath. He had understood a lot of things. He also found the way to condense a fourth small world. The law of origin was enough to help him establish a third small world. Su Ping closed his eyes and withdrew the laws he had grasped as he continued to deepen his understanding and consolidation. Time flew. While in a trance, Su Ping didn't know how long it had been. The longer he stayed in the source world, the deeper his understanding of the law of origin was. Su Ping's body shook exactly at that moment, and his meditation was disrupted. He was forced to leave the source world. He then opened his eyes, only to see a pale flame that covered the sky and burned down the surrounding space. The young chaos beast stood magnificently in front of the fire. It had just been born recently, but it was growing at a really fast pace. It was 10 meters tall at the beginning, while it was almost 20 meters tall at the moment. The collapsed space took a long time to heal. It was swallowing energy like a black hole. Su Ping saw that the chaos energy covering the young beast was almost gone. It could no longer cover its body completely. It did not know that move in the past. Could it be? Su Ping looked at the chaos perception dragon in front of the young chaos beast. While he pondered, he saw that the young pet opened its mouth and absorbed another pale fire from the void. Then, the collapsed space began to heal. The young chaos beast then roared at the chaos perception dragon. It was no longer scared, as it seemed to be actually bragging. Su Ping was dumbfounded by such an outcome. He quickly checked the time on his watch. Every time he entered a cultivation site, he would keep a record of his stay with the watch, all to avoid any confusions about time spent after a meditation session. Many ascendants would prepare a special hourglass in their small world to keep the time. Years and months were often too short for them. They often counted time by 1,000 or even 10,000-year increments. 67 days. Su Ping was quite stunned after checking the watch. His heart raced. That was close. He probably would have continued his meditation if he hadn't been woken up by the unusual technique the young chaos beast released. He thought it had only been a day or two, when in fact more than 2 months had passed. He would have missed the trials if he hadn't stopped meditating. It seems impossible to adjust the flow of time in the source world. I have to monitor my stay more closely in the future, Su Ping said to himself. He looked at the young chaos beast, which had apparently gotten much closer to the chaos perception dragon. It had surely learned that last move from that powerful creature. Su Ping looked at the chaos perception dragon with fear. It was ingrained in his blood, just like how people were afraid of spiders and snakes, and would be too scared to approach them even if they were fully armed. He took a deep breath, then held back his fear and gradually approached the chaos perception dragon. He said telepathically, "Well, Senior, we have to leave." Su Ping did find it strange to address an ancient ferocious beast as Senior. But he wasn't a person who would judge others by their appearance. After all, the creature had taught the young chaos beast and helped him on the side. Su Ping owed it a favor. The chaos perception dragon rolled its eye and glanced at Su Ping. However, it narrowed its eye when Su Ping said the word leave, dissatisfied. The dragon took a sniff and suddenly snorted. The temperature rose quickly. Su Ping felt that his body was about to melt, and his mind was dizzy due to the blast. The pain was excruciating. Still, Su Ping gritted his teeth and withstood it all. He saw that the chaos perception dragon raised its claw and placed it between him and the young chaos beast, as if determined to keep it. Su Ping changed his expression. There was no way he would give away the young chaos beast. That creature was the young chaos beast's teacher, but Su Ping couldn't leave it there. After all, the young one couldn't resurrect without him present. "Senior, if you like, I can bring it with me next time," said Su Ping in a low voice, as he tried to endure the persisting headache. The chaos perception dragon's eyes were cold. Scorching air burst out its nostrils and turned into fog in the sky. Exactly at this moment, the young chaos beast roared and dashed towards Su Ping. It quickly ran and stood in front of him. Then, it suddenly jumped around and glared at the massive dragon. The latter was clearly stunned, obviously not expecting that the young one would protect a human fearlessly. They had become quite close in the past 2 months. It grimly stared at the young chaos beast and Su Ping. The young chaos beast grimaced but glared back as it hadn't given in. It was much less frightened than in their first encounter, but its limbs were still shivering. They were caught in an impasse. While looking at the young chaos beast's majestic back, Su Ping took a deep breath and said to the chaos perception dragon, "Senior, we will surely come again when we get a chance. Can you tell us how we can find you?" Chapter 1079, Junior Brother. The chaos perception dragon didn't react after Su Ping spoke. There was nothing but silence. A long while later, right when Su Ping thought that the dragon would adopt a more drastic method, it suddenly rolled its eye and stared at the young chaos beast. Then, it slowly turned around and inhaled the chaos energy, which was too big for Su Ping and the young chaos beast to absorb. After absorbing the mountain of energy, it lay down, like a ridge that stretched for 1,000 kilometers. The creature no longer bothered to talk with them again. Su Ping felt immensely relieved. Then he felt rather puzzled. The chaos perception dragon was certainly not intractable, but it showed no interest in communicating. Maybe it had no interest in communicating with people who were too weak. Anyway, it seemed willing to let them go. Thank you very much, Senior. Su Ping clasped his hands in salute. Even though he was being despised, he appreciated the Chaos Path Beast's help. He then summoned all his other pets. After that, Su Ping called out to the system and returned. Regretfully, the Chaos Perception Dragon didn't tell him how to find it. It would depend on luck if he wanted to meet it again. Return. Su Ping sent the young Chaos Beast, the little skeleton and other pets to the pet space, and then traveled back to the store. On the vast and desolate land, the Chaos Perception Dragon gazed at the place where Su Ping disappeared with its bloody eye, not blinking in a long time. Back in the store, Su Ping reappeared. Su Ping had at first planned to go to the Heaven Path Institute, but he didn't have enough time. Besides, he had learned the law of chaos and even the law of origin while in the source world. Going to the institute would be pointless. As to the matter of asking experts of the institute to help move the demigod burial, that wasn't an urgent task either. Besides, the more talented he showed himself to be, the greater say he would have in any negotiations. You're back. Joanna greeted him casually, but then her eyes narrowed when she looked at him. You're carrying the aura of the chaos law. It's been perfected, said Su Ping, not interested in keeping it a secret. Joanna was stunned, her pupils contracted. Perfected? He's only in the star state, and yet he mastered a perfect supreme law. Joanna was both shocked and curious. She wondered what Su Ping had encountered in the Archean divinity. Did someone in the Heaven Path Institute offer him a gift? Her excitement rose at the thought of that. Did someone from the Heaven Path Institute? No, I didn't have time to go there. Su Ping shook his head. Joanna felt dazed, realizing he had grown quickly because of other incidents. She was really envious. Su Ping had previously eaten almost the entire divine eye tree, and he had only grasped the perfect path of fire. As for the supreme laws, even ascendant state experts were hardly able to perfect them. She had only grasped a perfect path by chance after reaching the ascendant state. Then, she was inspired and quickly perfected all the other supreme laws, becoming the strongest goddess below the superior gods in the demigod burial. I wonder how strong you'll become when you reach the ascendant state, Joanna heaved a sigh. She had always considered herself to be talented. She had been born to a mid-ranked clan. If she had the ancient heritage flowing in her blood, she would have easily become a superior god. Su Ping, on the other hand, seemed immeasurable in her eyes. She no longer dared to measure him. She had been with Su Ping all through his growth, and she witnessed how he constantly broke his limits. Even I may not be a match for him when he reaches the ascendant state, Joanna's eyes glittered. There was a sense of urgency growing within her. She sympathized with Tang Ruyan at that moment. The feeling of being left behind wasn't good. Her eyes glittered as she decided to break through and advance to higher levels as soon as possible. Where's your clone? Su Ping looked around the store but didn't detect Joanna's clone. This surprised him. My clone has experienced enough. I found a new direction to follow. I'm now aiming for the next level, said Joanna in a low voice. Su Ping was stunned for a moment. Then he smiled. Congratulations, there isn't a true god in our store yet. But there's someone who's countless times more terrifying than a true god, Joanna said to herself. Su Ping glanced at the employee panel, finding that Joanna's clone was gone. He checked Joanna's stats, and conflicting feelings arose. She was indeed an omnipotent goddess of war. Almost all her laws were perfect. What a shame. She probably would have condensed multiple small worlds and reached the limits of the ascendant state if she would have also joined the Heaven Path Institute. However, she is already capable of eliminating countless ascendants in the Federation. Su Ping sighed. He walked out of the pet room, then saw Green Lady and Tang Ruyan minding the store. He instantly asked, "How long has it been?" 28 days. Tang Ruyan was delighted to see him. She ran to meet him. She quickly detected that his aura was even more profound than before. He had become as scary as an abyss. You became stronger. Do you think I went shopping? Why didn't you take me with you? You're a liability. Tang Ruyan gave Su Ping an angry look and stormed off. You can't always be so mean to her. Green Lady walked over and looked at Tang Ruyan while shaking her head. She may really get upset someday. Do I look like a boss who takes advantage of his employees? Su Ping glanced at her. Green Lady rolled her eyes at him. Enough, aren't you going to fight for the legacy? Like I said, even if you get it, don't use it. It would be a waste of your potential. Anna told me a lot. I didn't expect her original self to be that strong. Joanna's aura had even astounded her when the former returned. She was just a pill anyway. Even though she had spent a lot of time with a deity king and seen many things, she wasn't really a god. Joanna was from a mid-ranked god clan, one that was considered so even in the entire Archean divinity. Green Lady had learned a lot from Joanna. She had previously thought that deity emperors, the beings above deity kings, were at the very top. She had heard tales of higher levels, but those had never been confirmed, and for that reason very few people believed them. After all, even the deity kings were extremely rare, not to mention higher levels. However, she had recently learned about many levels further above, the highest being ancestral gods. If Su Ping became an ancestral god, it was possible that he would have the power to bring the dead Twilight deity king back to life. Of course, she knew that the possibility was very slim and that it was probably just her wishful thinking. However, she didn't want Su Ping to be stuck in the celestial state. She would rather sacrifice herself to help him break the shackle. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing, Su Ping nodded. Su Ping was no longer as excited about the true god's legacy, not after his last training session. The legacy wasn't even as rewarding as the training session. Su Ping was already quite calm in the presence of the celestial state experts after having met the superior gods in the demigod burial. Would he be stuck in the celestial state forever, just like those superior gods? That wasn't the destiny Su Ping wanted. Why would he want to be the king of a lake when he had seen the vast skis? I need to go to the celestial court and check the situation, Su Ping said to Green Lady. He didn't need the legacy, but his pets could use it. He wouldn't give it away to others. Okay, take care of yourself. We will take care of the store for you, Green Lady nodded. Hey. Tang Ruyan walked out again and angrily said, keep a low profile when you're out, and be careful. Don't ever lead the charge. Take care of yourself and come back safely. Su Ping was silent for a moment. He then waved at her. Tang Ruyan was slightly puzzled, but she walked toward him anyway. Once she was closer, Su Ping instantly squeezed her cheek. When did you become my teacher? Those were the exact words I said to you, right? You should be the one hearing that. Tang Ruyan instantly broke free. She rubbed her reddened face and glared at him. Get the hell out of here. Su Ping smiled and turned around. Joanna also walked out and reminded him, come back soon. Su Ping waved his hand and left the store. Green Lady watched Su Ping disappear and then shook her head helplessly. She turned around and exclaimed, did he squeeze you that hard? Why is your entire face red? Tang Ruyan covered her face and said angrily, he's a jerk. Su Ping took to the skis after leaving the store. He had detected an aura that was quickly approaching the planet before he called his senior sister Jai. I was going to look for you. Did you finish your training? Jai Zuking approached the planet. Her senses could easily cover it. She soon located Su Ping and stepped out of the void. Su Ping was surprised. You were looking for me. Aren't there still a couple of days to go? Yes, but Master wanted to give you something, so that you'll be safer during the trial. Jai Zuking stared at Su Ping with thoughtful eyes. Your aura seems to be. Su Ping had concealed his aura since he left the store. Jai Zuking couldn't detect the perfect paths inside his body without examining him thoroughly. In particular, he had hidden the aura of the perfect paths in the illusory world, making it even harder to detect. I've gained a lot, said Su Ping with a smile. Jaizuking guessed that his gains were very likely high, considering how happy he was. After all, Su Ping wasn't as happy when he learned the two amazing skills in her small world. "Let's go, Master has just recruited a new disciple. He is now our junior brother, let's go meet him," said Jaizuking. Chapter 1080, Star Lord for 50,000 Years. Junior brother, Su Ping was slightly surprised but didn't ask further. Jaizuking teleported the both of them away from Rhea. They quickly traveled in space towards the celestial court. Led by senior sister Jai, Su Ping watched the celestial court get closer and closer. He suddenly thought about the Void Walker technique that Heather had taught him, which seemed to be much faster than his senior sister's traveling method. Several hours later, Su Ping arrived in the celestial court with Jaizuking. The place had never been as crowded. Su Ping saw spaceships carrying emblems of various forces. Some even belonged to the Lulen family, which gave him a slight surprise. Still, the Lulen family was one of the 7 biggest families in the universe. It wouldn't be surprising to see some of them visit the celestial court. The trial is about to begin. All the forces in our star zone are trying to send their representatives. He. They should have thought it through. This trial concerns the legacy of a true god. They don't stand any chance at all. Jaizuking smiled casually. They were indeed there to participate in the trial. Su Ping seemed to be calm and undisturbed. Jaizuking was surprised to see him act in such a nonchalant manner. She thought that Su Ping seemed to be much more poised than before. Jaizuking felt rather curious upon remembering the strange store where Su Ping had been training in seclusion. Her master mentioned that it was impossible to see his past in the river of time. It seemed to be blocked somehow. Whoever had done that was surely a celestial or someone close to that level. The mysterious expert behind her genius junior brother had to be hiding in the store. "Junior brother, can you tell me the name of the expert who taught you? Maybe I know them," said Jaizuking curiously. Su Ping was stunned for a moment. Then he thought of the system and the chaos perception dragon. "You know them." "No, you don't," Su Ping shook his head. Jaizuking was stunned for a moment. His certainty when he answered made her really mad. "This person." Jaizuking gnashed her teeth and snorted. Su Ping was obviously unwilling to confess, so she preferred not to press on the matter. She was a heavenly lord anyway, and she had her pride. On the other hand, she was eager to see the look on the mysterious expert's face, looking after Su Ping if her junior truly gained the true god's legacy and advanced into the celestial state. If his disciple did reach the celestial state and the expert remained in the ascendant state, the latter would have to run for his life if the former slapped him. His disciple would be even stronger than himself. By then that guy would surely show up. Whoever raised a celestial disciple would surely show up proudly. If Su Ping failed and didn't get the legacy, then she would have nothing to worry about. She would return the insult she had suffered twice over. In the future, even if Su Ping reached the ascendant state too, he would only be a heavenly lord at best, and she would still be able to crush him and teach him a good lesson about respecting his seniors. Jaizuking gritted her teeth after thinking of that scenario. She could not wait any longer. For some reason, she suddenly had a strange feeling. It somehow seemed that he wouldn't lose anything during the trial. Approximately 10 minutes passed. They arrived at the temple, right in the central section of the celestial court. The luxurious stairs found there looked like a sky made of gold, encrusted with countless gems, but none of it looked chaotic. Every stair looked like a natural piece of art. Star Lords were guarding at the foot of the stairs. There were also ascendants on patrol. A statue of Shen Huang stood on the square in front of the temple. There were statues of enormous beasts in other places. They were the original renditions of Shen Huang's pets. Normal Star Lords would have been intimidated when visiting the square. Jaizuking went to report after they landed. The palace gate was opened soon after. Su Ping instantly saw his master on the enormous throne inside the temple. There were a few familiar people he knew, including Diaz and other Star Lord senior brothers and sisters he practiced with. Apart from them, there was a stranger. Su Ping examined him, only to find that his aura could barely be detected, but he was a Star Lord too. Huh. Jai Zuking noticed him the moment she entered the temple. After her surprise, she led Su Ping to greet their master. Then she looked at the handsome young man wearing purple clothes. "I think I saw you 20,000 years ago, right?" The handsome young man was rather indifferent, but he put on a smile and clasped hands when Jai Zuking posed the question. "Shuai Kyan, who pays respect to you, senior sister Jai. I didn't know that you would remember me." "It really is you." Jai Zuking was slightly shocked. Then she realized something and looked at her master. "Is he our new junior brother? I didn't expect that you would bring him here." While seated on the throne, Shen Huang said with a smile, "Indeed, he's your junior brother. I thought about recruiting him as a disciple, back when he won the Universe Geniuses contest and became famous 50,000 years ago. But then I decided to give him a test which would make him even stronger if he could accomplish it. Kainhu merely needed 3,000 years to accomplish the test. But then he thought of challenging himself and finding his limits, so he never studied formally under me. Still, I've considered him as my disciple for a long time. He has just returned." Jai Zuking was stunned for a moment. All of it was new to her. It seemed that her master had prepared her junior for a long time. "What kind of test took him 3,000 years to accomplish?" asked Jai Zuking curiously. As far as she knew, the guy was as talented as anyone in his level could be. What kind of test did he go through? "Kyanhu is a rare genius that appears only once in 100,000 years. My test for him was to condense a perfect path while in the star state," said Shen Huang with a smile. Jai Zuking was stunned by the revelation. Diaz and all the others in the temple, who had been curious about their junior brother's identity, raised their heads in shock after hearing what their master had said. To grasp a perfect path in the star state. Was that even a test? It was more like purposefully giving him a hard time. Su Ping was slightly surprised. Had the guy grasped a perfect path in the star state just like him? Also, if the guy had won the championship 50,000 years prior, didn't that mean that he had been cultivating ever since? Master didn't ask me or Diaz to go through a similar test. Did he think that we didn't have what it takes to accomplish the task? Thought Su Ping. He was rather curious. In that case, Shuai Kyanhu was surely terrifyingly talented. Wait a minute. Why was his surname Shuai 1? Su Ping raised his eyebrows and examined the guy carefully. So, it only took him 3,000 years to grasp a perfect path in the star state. Jai Zuking was stunned. She found it unbelievable to associate perfect path with the star state. No wonder our junior brother remained on the top of the Divine Lord rank for 10,000 years without being challenged until he disappeared. I thought an accident happened to him. Jai Zuking finally understood. The guy had grasped a perfect path in the star state. He was still a Star Lord after 50,000 years of cultivation. She couldn't even begin to imagine the guy's accumulation. She had no doubt that he would become another astounding heavenly lord when he reached the ascendant state. He might even become one of the top heavenly lords. She could not help but look at Su Ping as she thought about that. She heaved a sigh when she noticed how seriously the latter was examining Shuai Kyanhu. It was obvious that even Su Ping had felt pressure from the guy. As it turned out, that junior brother of hers was her master's ultimate trump card in the trial. Chapter 1081, God's Trial. He's condensed a perfect path with a star state cultivation. Diaz looked at Shuai Kyanhu and felt quite helpless. He thought that his master had just recruited a random guy, but his new junior turned out to be a monster. He hadn't even caught up to Su Ping yet, and an even more unbelievable genius had emerged. The others changed their expressions too. They even felt ashamed of themselves. They had just been humiliated by Su Ping, and the new guy was here to humiliate them again. They thought they didn't deserve to have the same master. "Are you Su Ping?" said Shuai Kyan, who once he noticed Su Ping's gaze. He smiled casually, as if he didn't have a care in the world. Although he was just a Star Lord, he seemed to be as extraordinary as the Ascendant State experts. He had seen too many geniuses during his past 50,000 years cultivating. All of them were as brilliant as stars, but then they fell as quickly as meteors. Having seen too many changes, he was already used to it, as if all the changes were constant. Su Ping snapped out of his deep thinking and nodded. He hesitated for a moment, but then held back. After all, it would seem too rude to ask the guy about his family name upon their first encounter. Seeing that Su Ping was hesitating, Shui Qianhu smiled. "I've heard a lot about you, senior brother Su. You condensed a small world in the Fate state. That's a remarkable achievement in the history of the universe." He paused for a moment and added, "Do you want to ask me how to grasp a perfect path? Let's talk sometime. There's something I'd like to share with you." He voluntarily acted in a friendly manner towards Su Ping. After all, they had the same master. He did have to keep his pride, but he thought that people like Su Ping were worthy of his respect. Given enough time, if Su Ping reached the Ascendant State, there would be a good chance that he would become a heavenly lord. He always believed in making friends with those who were on par with him. He wasn't like that in the past. It's just that all his old friends chose to alienate him because of their gap. They became his subordinates, or even strangers. Then, he learned the importance of making the right kind of friends. "Okay, that'll be great." Su Ping thought for a moment but didn't explain. They weren't too close yet. It was better to ask that question later. The nearby Dayas and the others looked at him with envy and jealousy. Shui Qianhu had not talked with any of them when he arrived at the temple earlier. Even though Dayas had one of the best constitutions of the universe, he didn't catch any of his attention. Su Ping, on the other hand, made the guy express his friendliness, since the former had condensed a small world while still in the Fate state. "I didn't know we would be despised someday." All of them wept in their hearts. They had been left out from Shui Qianhu and Su Ping's circle, exactly as how they had rejected others from their own circles. All of them sighed and hoped that they could get the true God's legacy. If that came to pass, they wouldn't have to bend before anyone ever again. Shui Qianhu smiled and remained silent afterwards. He stood quietly in the temple. Shen Huang smiled too. Both Su Ping and Shui Qianhu were disciples he thought highly of. Su Ping was famous throughout the universe, but not for long. Shui Qianhu, on the other hand, had passed his test and trained for 50,000 years. No one knew how strong he had become. Maybe he had further stretched the upper limits of the Star Lord state again. "Since you're all here, let's talk about the trial," said Shen Huang slowly. Everybody became serious and fixed their eyes upon Shui Qianhu once the latter started talking. The God's trial was prepared by the 12 celestial state experts. It consists of 3 parts. The first part is our test for you. You must pass our test in order to enter the real trial. The test is mainly intended to filter out the participants who have gotten here by pulling strings, said Shen Huang. Everybody was silent. It was impossible to keep the trial a secret. A lot of organizations in the universe would want to participate. Not even the 12 Celestials could stop them all. Those organizations might not have Celestials in their ranks, but there were so many of them that they couldn't be stopped unless the Celestials suppressed them heartlessly. The Celestials didn't want to overdo things, so the best solution was to allow some of them to participate. Then, those people would be their allies and oppose the others who wanted to participate in the treasure hunt. Still, the Celestials were obviously ruthless. Those people would be filtered out when they outlived their usefulness in the first test. After all, the real elites and geniuses in the universe were all under the command of celestial state experts. Those people would eventually fight for the last opportunity. Those who weren't supported by us Celestials weren't even qualified to join the game. Once you pass the first test, you will then go through the next 2 tests, which were both set up by the true God. We've managed to figure out the content of the tests via several means. That true God was from the divine Qin dynasty. If you're familiar with the history of the universe, You should know that it was one of the most powerful dynasties back in the ancient times. Therefore, the second test is one about willpower. You will enter a place similar to the Sea of Illusions. Shen Huang glanced at Su Ping as he talked. Su Ping was stunned for a moment. Did the Lulan family invite him to the Sea of Illusions because of his master? Did his master give a silent approval, or did he somehow ask the Lulan family to train him for the test? Su Ping thought that it was quite possible, as he remembered how senior brother Yulong had shown up. After all, senior brother Yulong's timing was perfect when he made his appearance. However, it's worth mentioning that even those whose willpower isn't good may still pass the test, said Shen Huang slowly. There are some special hideouts, or keepsakes, that will let you pass the test the moment you acquire them. Su Ping was puzzled by that piece of information. It sounded awfully contradictory. If the second test was about willpower, why were such places set up? If those whose willpower was weak could pass the test, would the best successor truly come from among them? Su Ping looked around and saw that Shui Qianhu was frowning too. He seemed to be thinking along the same lines. Shen Huang glanced at them and smiled. You're not wrong, it's indeed rather weird. However, we discovered later that you need luck instead of strength to acquire those keepsakes. Luck. You should know that everything in the universe has its own laws. Living creatures on every planet operate based on their own laws. Galaxies stand in the universe with laws. Everything lives and dies abiding by laws. However, there are some beings in the universe who have fallen to the corners of laws. Those people can usually avoid many dangers. For instance, it's a law to age and die, but if you're in a corner of the law, you'll be able to dodge or slow it. If an enemy is prepared to kill you 1,000 kilometers away, you would be ambushed and killed by the law of nature. However, if you're found in the corners of laws and you don't follow laws, you turn around and leave. Then, the danger is no more. We call such beings the blessed. Everybody was somewhat puzzled by what their master had shared with them. In simpler terms, they're just lucky dogs, right? Lucky dogs actually evade the laws of the universe. That's really. Su Ping was shocked too. Chapter 1082, Luck. In order to pass the second test, you have to be either lucky or strong. That's just how life usually goes. Shen Huang looked at everybody and said calmly, Qianhu and Su Ping have enough willpower to pass the second test. As for the rest of you, you need to count on your luck. However, as your master, I have to do something for my disciples. He pointed with a finger, and a few stones darted from the void and fell in front of Diaz and the others. These are the luck stones. They've been through 100 heavenly tribulations without being destroyed. They can increase your odds of finding keepsakes. Diaz and the others looked at the black stones, which were ugly and fist-sized. It was hard to imagine that they had survived 100 heavenly tribulations. Su Ping examined the stones, finding nothing unusual about them. They were only heavier and more solid than normal stones. However, his master couldn't have lied to them. His level was probably too low for him to sense the power of luck. I didn't know that luck could be manipulated. Su Ping thought it was a true eye-opener. He had no doubt he would win a fortune if he went gambling with the stone. Ancestral gods can probably influence the luck of a race and even an entire world. No wonder the ancient books say that if you're out of luck, you'll be doomed, thought Su Ping. Even though science had developed significantly, many things from ancient times still remained unexplained. They were too sophisticated to be explained with modern science. Keep them, said Shen Huang. The black, unremarkable luck stones were distributed to Diaz and the others, except for Su Ping and Shui Qianhu. Shui Qianhu raised his eyebrows and glanced at Su Ping. He didn't expect his master to think so highly of his senior brother. The man's willpower was as good as mine. I have cultivated for 50,000 years. How did this senior brother Su cultivate? He had a weird feeling when he thought of that. Considering his age, he was significantly older than Su Ping, but he was a new disciple and had to call the latter senior brother. However, he wouldn't need to care about that once he won the true god's legacy. Diaz and the others looked at the luck stones. They didn't find anything unusual, but all of them packed their stones carefully and thanked their master. Then, they looked at Su Ping and Shuai Qianhu with conflicting feelings. They had the same master, but they were clearly lower than those two. Diaz felt utterly frustrated. He and Su Ping were recruited at the same time. Not only had he been crushed by Su Ping ever since, but Su Ping's willpower was even equal to Shuai Qianhu's. That was unbelievable. Is he some sort of reborn master? Diaz could not help but glance at Su Ping. Noticing Diaz's glance, Su Ping looked back at him and raised his eyebrows in a teasing manner. Diaz was infuriated upon seeing Su Ping's provocative look. He was already angry enough, and Su Ping went and fanned the flames. However, he held back his fury and gritted his teeth, as he recalled how Su Ping had crushed them earlier on, determined to acquire the true god's legacy. He would surely ask Su Ping to serve him every day when he reached the celestial state. The more he imagined it, the less angry he felt. He was even happy. All of you have practiced the Sunshine Sutra. According to your senior brothers, all of you did a good job. You should have enough willpower to keep yourselves safe inside. Shen Huang looked at Diaz and the others. He was mostly concerned about Diaz and others. Aside from the luck stones, he also taught them a method to enhance their willpower. When they fully grasped the technique, their willpower could illuminate the world like the sun, making everything else bow in reverence. Zio Su, I'll ask Zio Jai to teach you the Sunshine Sutra after the trial. Right now, you have enough willpower to pass the test, and there's no need to split your attention. Su Ping nodded, I understand. Jai Zuking was rather lost for words. Master, can you call me Zuking like Elder Yan does? Those who don't know us will think that you're saying Chicken One. Once they heard that, Diaz and the others wore strange expressions. They didn't expect Senior Sister Jai to be as bold in front of Shen Huang. But Shen Huang didn't seem angry at all. Rather, he chuckled. I simply liked the sound of that. Right, did you teach him the secret techniques? Well, Jai Zuking didn't know how to respond. How did the teaching go? She had planned to teach him over the span of 3 months, but he learned everything in one day. What could she say? My junior brother is tremendously talented. He grasped the techniques easily a long time ago. He's been training in seclusion ever since. I heard his last secluded training was very rewarding, said Jai Zuking helplessly. Shen Huang wasn't surprised at all, as if already aware of something. He nodded and said to Su Ping, I know you have other teachers, but whatever you need, just tell me. You're my disciple. I'll give you whatever I can. After being stunned for a moment, Su Ping nodded. Got it, master. Shen Huang nodded and said, the third test is rather secretive. I won't tell you right now. The test content will be sealed in your heads and will be automatically unsealed when you pass the second test. This is meant to prevent the information from being leaked. It is possible that some participants of the trial have techniques to invade your minds and acquire your memories. Everyone felt alarmed by that. Such a method would be really difficult to counter. At that moment, Shen Huang pointed his finger once more and gathered a spot of light, which then split up and darted into everybody's heads. Su Ping sensed that a stream of magnificent aura was pouring into his head unstoppably. It entered his head, then became a ball that couldn't be opened. You'll know what it is when the time comes. Go now. The trial will start tomorrow. Get ready, said Shen Huang. Everybody looked at each other and bid farewell respectfully. Once they left the temple, Shuai Qianhu clasped hands to salute them and send them off. He said, see you tomorrow, to Su Ping alone. Diaz and the others were jealous after seeing that Shuai Qianhu's attitude towards Su Ping was clearly different, but there was nothing they could do. Their master had plenty of disciples, and they had different groups. Junior brother Su, see you tomorrow. Su Ping's senior brothers and sisters were well aware of the situation. It was pointless to be angry with such a genius as Su Ping. Their master wouldn't let them hurt him anyway. Although Su Ping had crushed them earlier, that was just a practice anyway, and they weren't really sworn enemies. Junior brother Su, we're leaving. The others also said their goodbyes. Su Ping also nodded at them. Diaz approached Su Ping and said, Junior brother Su, see you tomorrow. Keep it up or I may get the legacy in the end. Humph. Then he was about to take his leave. Su Ping, however, grabbed him by the collar and pulled him back. Master recruited me as a disciple first. You're the junior brother here. I'll beat you up if you disrespect me again, threatened Su Ping. Diaz was infuriated. Nonsense, we were all summoned by Master. Indeed, but I was the champion and you were in second place. Who do you think Master would have recruited first? But I have the reincarnation, divine constitution. But you're in second place. You. Diaz almost went crazy due to anger. He glared at Su Ping, clearly incensed. He was never good at arguing anyway and could only storm off. Jai Zuking stood at a relative distance and chuckled, covering her lips. After Diaz flew far away because of fury, she seemed to sympathize with him strongly. She then asked Su Ping, "Are you like this to everybody?" "Like what?" "Like a jackass." Su Ping was rather lost for words. "Senior sister, I didn't do anything to you, did I?" Chapter 1083, the 11th. The trial is about to begin. You can stay in my place until tomorrow in case anything happens, said Jai Zuking. In case anything happens. Su Ping's eyes glittered. Indeed, even though the celestial court is the safest place, there might still be people who are bold and reckless. After all, you're the greatest hope Master has to win the legacy. Shuai Kaian who has joined us too. Although I would have never known until just now, the other Celestials are probably already aware of his participation. Jai Zuking said, both of you are core seeds. If you don't make it, our star zone's chance of winning the legacy will be reduced by half. We can't be too careful. Su Ping nodded. The real game was usually played in a place off the table. Led by Jai Zuking, Su Ping went to the Divine Mountain where she cultivated. The place was 5 times bigger than Su Ping's Divine Mountain. The astral power found there was also abundant. Su Ping felt he was absorbing astral power just by breathing. Master will also give you a new Divine Mountain when you reach the Ascendant state, said Jai Zuking and chuckled. But I hope you can simply win the legacy and rise to the Celestial state. I'll try, Su Ping said. You'll try. She was lost for words, seeing how calm Su Ping was. She thought that Su Ping was overly calm. Trying was not enough. He had to try his best, even at the cost of his life. The opportunity was too rare that even such a proud genius as Shuai Kaianhu was unable to resist its temptation. Many old Star Lords who were no longer interested in competing on the Divine Lord rank had sided with Celestials and gotten tickets for the game. Everybody was competing. Those geniuses were actually confident of becoming Heavenly Lords, but none of them were certain they could reach the Celestial state. Even the strongest Heavenly Lord had to bend before Celestial state experts. It was said that the Celestial state experts couldn't beat them, but that was only because the Celestial state experts didn't want to pay too much. If a Celestial state expert was willing to do anything, they could kill any Heavenly Lord. Is there anything I can do for you? Feel free to tell me, said Jai Zuking quickly after taking Su Ping to the cultivation field. She could not teach him ambition anyway, and she could only try and give Su Ping more trump cards. Senior sister, you've taught me 2 secret techniques. That's enough, replied Su Ping. Jai Zuking felt rather helpless. I would have prepared more, had I known you were such a fast learner. That's all right, I have my own preparations, Su Ping comforted her. Jai Zuking was rendered speechless. Without further ado, she said, just cultivate. Tell me if you need anything. I won't disturb you anymore. I recommend that you take a good rest on this final day. That's exactly what I plan to do, Su Ping nodded. Su Ping set up a barrier and began to examine himself after his senior sister left. He hadn't examined himself thoroughly just yet, ever since he left the cultivation site. He had no idea how strong he was exactly. Even though I've grasped the perfect path of chaos, I cannot be too proud. Our new junior brother also grasped a perfect path while in the star state. He's cultivated for 50,000 years since then. He's probably grasped all necessary paths perfectly. Su Ping's eyes glittered. That was quite a terrifying thing. 50,000 years was truly a long time. If it were him, he could have soared and risen to the upper limits in 50,000 years. Of course, it was more possible that he would have broken the limits and reached the ascendant state, if not the celestial state. My junior brother really kept a low profile. Su Ping had mixed feelings. After shaking his head, he stopped thinking about it. Shui Qianhu's arrival reminded him that there were probably a lot of other old genius star lords who had been hiding for a long time. The Law of Origin. A strange law-based energy glittered on Su Ping's fingertip. Then, a pink flower slowly blossomed, right on his fingertip. Flesh and blood was being developed inside the flower, as if it were a strange living creature. He had created a living creature out of nothing. Master must have created lives and accumulated faith power with a similar method. It's possible to do that with nothing but the perfect path of chaos. The world is born from chaos. Chaos means life. It's the closest power to the origin. Su Ping hid the law of origin in the illusory world. Even though he had grasped the law of origin and could establish a third world with it, he didn't have the time. Besides, a tremendous amount of energy was required to establish a third world. The eighth astral painting can be condensed too. I only need more time and energy. Su Ping's eyes glittered hopefully. He wondered how strong he would become when he established a third small world and cultivated the eighth astral painting. Su Ping then remembered the system's ranking. He quickly summoned the rank in his heart. He quickly saw that his name had soared to 11th, straight from the 182nd. He was very close to the top 10. The system said that he would be rewarded if he made it to the top 10. I'm only the 11th. I thought I would be among the top 5 or at the very top. Su Ping was both delighted and astonished at his ranking. After all, he had grasped multiple perfect paths, including the path of chaos. His combat ability had indeed soared. Even though he had yet to establish a third small world, he was still very strong. Nevertheless, he had only managed to rank 11th on his current level, considering all recorded history. And the ranking was only among human beings. Indeed, I can't be arrogant. There are too many geniuses. There are a lot of things I need to do. Su Ping heaved a sigh. Every time he became excited about his progress, the system would calm him down. He found it hard to imagine how the top 10 guys had grown up. I've only reached this extent even with the help of the system. How can there be 10 more people who are better than me? Did they have a system too? Su Ping mumbled. He turned off the ranking list. Then he began to study Void Walker, the skill he learned from Heather. He would probably be so fast that his own soul would be unable to catch up if he used Void Walker and Sun Chaser together. A day passed in the blink of an eye. The trial began. The celestial court sky was quite lively while it was still early in the morning. Many spaceships were floating, and many people were flying around. The celestial court's residents noticed the unusual atmosphere too. Those who were well informed had learned about something, but the media had been banned from publicizing anything. While everyone was curious, Su Ping went to the temple in Jai Zuking's company. Diaz and all the others arrived. Shui Qianhu had also shown up with an ascendant state expert. Once she saw her senior brother, Jai Zuking immediately called out to him, "Second senior brother." Second senior brother. Su Ping noticed the title as he looked at the man. The ascendant expert looked quite cold. He carried a similar aura to Shui Qianhu's. He put on a smile when he heard Jai Zuking's greeting. He nodded at her and glanced at Su Ping. Then his gaze trailed off. Jai Zuking had told Su Ping that the early disciples of their master were mostly heavenly lords already. Their second senior brother was clearly a heavenly lord too. A lot of people dashed over and gathered at the square below the stairs as soon as they arrived. All of them were accompanied by ascendants, who represented powerful organizations of the universe. All of them had pulled strings and gotten tickets to the trial. Once everyone was present, Su Ping discovered that there were almost 40,000 participants in total. He saw that few carried the emblems of the Divine Dome Academy, and one of the girls was the one he had encountered on the street previously. She had a really cold attitude. Apart from them, Su Ping also saw members of the Lulin family. Chapter 1084, 12 Ultimate Treasures. It's her. Su Ping saw Lulin Lin. It just so happened that she was also staring at him while mingling in the crowd. There were 3 more people by her side. One of them was Lulin Hai, whom Su Ping had met before. Another was a handsome and graceful young man. The last was an ascendant state expert, obviously acting as bodyguard. I know you're close to the Lulans, but don't let your feelings get the better of you during the trial, said Jai Zuking in a low voice, noticing Su Ping's look. Su Ping nodded. I know which is more important. Good. Jai Zuking nodded. She believed that Su Ping would make the right choice. A friendly family couldn't even compare to the true god's legacy. She didn't say anything else. Su Ping withdrew his gaze from Lulin Lin's general direction. It was very easy for her family to get a ticket. It was likely that part of their decision to participate in the Golden Star Zone was because of him. Shen Huang wasn't the only celestial expert that the Lulin family was friends with. Su Ping secretly heaved a sigh as he remembered she had declared that she would catch up with him when she left. It would surely be a tall order for her to race against a cheater. Shen Huang emerged from his temple as most of the participants had arrived. He was as tall as a magnificent giant. He looked like an emperor staring at his empire, clad in a golden robe. He carried an awe-inspiring aura. After glancing at Su Ping, Shen Huang stared at the square and pointed with a finger. The space in the square instantly cracked, and layers of spaces were opened like curtains, revealing the space vortex hidden deep inside. All the prodigies of the universe have gathered here for the trial. May the best win. The winners in the first test will receive 12 valuable treasures from the 12 Celestials as gifts. To pass the trial, you have to pass the 3 tests. You must be ready to tackle any danger during the tests. His solemn voice echoed throughout the square, making everybody turn solemn as well. All of them had learned a thing or two about the trial's first test. Although they didn't know everything, they had indeed acquired some intelligence. The trial was a rare and rewarding opportunity, but it was also very dangerous. 90% of the geniuses of the universe were participating in the trial, but only one of them could win the legacy. The rest of them would probably be forever buried in the trial. The birth of a celestial expert always came with the deaths of countless geniuses. Even so, many wanted such an opportunity, even at the cost of all their belongings and connections. Su Ping discovered that the atmosphere had changed a little bit after his master's introduction. Everybody was emitting some killing aura, which hovered above everybody's heads like mist. The trial was an extremely dangerous journey for everybody. Su Ping could not help but glance in the Lulin family's direction, only to find that the woman was still staring at him. He quickly withdrew his gaze. At that moment, next to Lulin Lin, the ascendant escorting them was an elder of the Lulin family that looked like a middle-aged man. He noticed Lulin Lin's unusual expression. Then he looked at the guys above the stairs and frowned. Lin, this trial is of critical importance. I know you've already agreed on the marriage, but the family will make the proposal only after the trial. The middle-aged man said in a low voice, Don't forget what's important in the trial. You've been sent here at the cost of countless resources. You represent your entire family. If you can win the legacy, the Lulin family will be the most powerful family in all the universe. Considering our influence and connections, our future would be unimaginable. You must win the legacy, no matter what. Lulin Lin gradually withdrew her gaze. She lowered her head and hummed, clenching her fists. Next to her, both Lulin Hai and Lulin Ju nodded passionately. The opportunity of advancing to the celestial state. If they snatched it, they would forever leave a mark in their family. They felt thrilled with the mere prospect. Many others were currently flying over from the other side of the square. Everybody turned around, only to discover that they were Ascendant State experts. Su Ping saw senior brother Yu Long and senior brother Bei Yan, who had escorted him to the celestial court. They didn't conceal their auras at all, they were releasing it naturally. The pressure caused by two heavenly lords dominated the square, leaving the other ascendants in awe. Seeing Su Ping, Yu Long said to him with a smile, "Junior brother, keep it up." His words were delivered right to Su Ping's ears. He didn't speak telepathically, but his voice wasn't loud either. "Keep it up," Bei Yan also nodded at Su Ping with a smile. They had shown up to see their junior brother off. Apart from them, the rest were also Su Ping's senior brothers and sisters. "Keep it up, junior brothers. We'll wait for you to come back. Go for it. The opportunity to enter the celestial state is rare. We look forward to your successful return." All of them approached Su Ping and the others. Almost none of them had met him before. They seemed to be quite friendly. So many heavenly lords. Didn't they say that heavenly lords are as rare among ascendants as extinct pets? Why are there so many of them? If we win the legacy, can we also train this many heavenly lords in the future? A lot of people from other forces were shocked by the scene. The celestial expert had lots of heavenly lords and ascendant experts as disciples. It was quite shocking. Some senior sisters who were close to Jai Zuking approached Su Ping and winked at him as encouragement. Hearing their whispers, Su Ping realized they were specifically there to bid them farewell. "Let's go," Shen Huang announced. His voice echoed throughout the world. Everybody became solemn as they looked up at the sky. "Go," said Shen Huang as he lowered his head, and said to Su Ping and the other candidates gently and hopefully. Su Ping and the others accepted the request. Then, Shui Qianhu was the first to soar towards the sky and enter the vortex while the other geniuses watched him. Shen Huang's disciples had the privilege of going in first. Although the other forces were dissatisfied, there was nothing they could do. After Shui Qianhu took action, the silent square was filled with an agitating atmosphere. Su Ping and Diaz didn't dawdle. Both of them flew out. "Go for it," said Jaizuking softly. Su Ping nodded and glanced at the square down below. Then he quickly entered the vortex. The familiar feeling of being teleported came again. Su Ping opened his eyes after entering the vortex and checked the surroundings. He found himself in a vast forest. Shui Qianhu, who had entered earlier, seemed to be considering something in a relatively close distance. At the same time, Su Ping detected that a piece of information was unlocked in his head. A tremendous amount of information surged into his head. Soon after, he realized how to pass the first test. The arena for the first test consisted of 13 continents, 12 of which were constructed by the celestial experts. The last one was in the center of the terrain, connecting with all of the others. The central continent would be the field for the ultimate competition. The continents that each celestial had constructed would be arenas for their respective star zones. 10 tokens had been buried on each continent. 50 tokens were hidden in the central continent. There were altogether 170 tokens, meaning that at best only 170 people would have a chance to pass the first test. The capable and informed forces had already learned of the news. It was an open secret of sorts. Another thing to note was that those tokens could be broken. If tokens were broken, they would become useless. Su Ping's master had left the disciples a message to collect as many tokens as possible and gift some to suitable candidates from other forces in exchange for working as guards. Their real enemies were not the candidates sent by other forces, but the disciples of the other celestials. Is this a game for big shots? Su Ping read the information and found that it included the map of the continent he was standing on. Being a celestial's disciple was like being a cheating player. But he only had information of that continent. The continents that other celestials had constructed were secret, unknown territories. There was no information about the central continent either because it was constantly changing. All the Celestials had built the place together so that nobody could cheat. It was very dangerous. It could change randomly at any minute. Still, their master had left something for them that could be helpful. There's a key in the central continent that can directly lead to the third test. Su Ping was stunned. That was truly a miraculous key. Geniuses such as Su Ping and Shui Qianhu could pass the second willpower test with ease, but their odds of winning the legacy would be much greater if they could skip it and take the third test first. In conclusion, the first test is the most dangerous, the second one is unremarkable, and the third one is unknown. Maybe even the Celestials can't figure out everything about the third test. It had been set up by the true God anyway. Su Ping's eyes glittered. "Have you finished reading?" Shui Qianhu asked. At the same time, Diaz and the others appeared next to Su Ping. All of them seemed to be devoted to reading the unsealed information and were distracted at the moment. Su Ping looked at Shui Qianhu. "What's your plan?" Su Ping already knew what they needed to do after reading all the information. The group was teleported to the same location, which was also a privilege. The other participants possibly had other arrangements. They were teleported to random places on the continent. Once the encounters began, they would probably fight until they grabbed a hold of the tokens and the ultimate treasures. What Su Ping and the others needed to do was to pick satisfactory prospects from the winners and travel to the central continent together for the competition over the keys. That was like the difference between non-paying players and paying players. The non-payers played with resources, while paying players played with them. "We'll split up into 2 teams and fetch the ultimate treasures. Then we'll go and pick up the tokens," said Shui Qianhu calmly. Su Ping nodded. This would count as another strike for the geniuses in the other forces. Su Ping and his companions already knew the locations of the ultimate treasures and tokens. The others were ignorant, so they would have to explore. Brutal battles would be inevitable if they ran into each other. Diaz and the others snapped out of their concentration at that moment. They had obviously read all the information. "Us two will be one team, and the rest of you will be the other team. We'll go to pick the ultimate treasures and you'll pick up the tokens. We'll meet up afterwards," Shui Qianhu said to Diaz and the others. He wanted to team up with Su Ping, who was the only person he thought highly of among his senior sisters and brothers. Even though Su Ping was only in the star state, he had heard of Su Ping's feats and didn't underestimate him because of that. Chapter 1085, Rock, Paper, Scissors. "You're going to the treasures." Diaz and the others were looking at Su Ping and Shui Qianhu with vigilance. One of the senior brothers on the team, named Yu Jings, said in a low voice in the end, "Junior brothers, you're the strongest among us. We've arrived earlier than all the rest. The ultimate treasures are closer to us. Don't you think it'll be better if each of you lead a team? Battles will be inevitable if other people randomly arrive near the tokens." Senior Yu, good point. Indeed, our junior brothers should each lead a team. We should avoid casualties before the official competition starts. The other senior brothers and sisters agreed. Su Ping's eyes glittered. Shui Qianhu was already frowning before he said anything. He realized what Yu Jings was planning the moment the guy finished. The latter was unwilling to let go of the ultimate treasures. Nobody knew how valuable those treasures, personally buried by their master, were. Still, the guy didn't want to reveal his true intentions. He wanted Shui Qianhu and Su Ping to lead different teams to make them compete. After all, even if they split up, they had to pick which of the teams would go to the treasures. Undoubtedly, Shui Qianhu wasn't going to let go of the treasures. He was a new disciple, and he certainly didn't have a deep bond with those senior brothers and sisters. Besides, he was determined to get the true God's legacy on that trip. Once he reached the celestial state, he wouldn't consider those guys a big deal. They weren't important to him even at that moment. He only thought better of Diaz because of his constitution. The others were just normal geniuses in his eyes. "Junior brother Su, what do you think?" Shui Qianhu didn't disapprove of the proposal outright. He looked at Su Ping, who had remained silent. He did regard Su Ping highly, but he wouldn't do everything for the guy. Furthermore, he was trying to find out what his new senior brother was planning. After all, even if they were on the same team, they would eventually have to compete after finding treasures. Su Ping gave a look at Shui Qianhu and the others, not expecting he would have to make a choice. He thought for a moment, then said, "I don't think it's necessary to split up. We can just go together for the ultimate treasures and then look for tokens. We can check how good they are if other teams find the tokens. If they only picked up tokens because of luck, we'll just take the tokens from them and give them to people we like." Su Ping didn't want to start an internal conflict right after the trial started. Well, they didn't expect Su Ping to propose that. It sounded rather ruthless. Wouldn't the other candidates be infuriated when the trial ended if they didn't leave them anything? "That works too," Shui Qianhu put on a smile. None of the others commented, seeing that Shui Qianhu was on board. Yu Jing's nodded. "Let's go and get the treasures then." "Let's go, hurry up." Whoosh! All of them used their secret techniques and immediately ran toward the treasures. Shui Qianhu wasn't the first to set off, but he quickly reached the front. He swiftly wandered and jumped across spaces, showing great familiarity with the law of space. Su Ping took a quick glance, noticing that the guy had surely grasped the law of space flawlessly. Indeed, he's been a Star Lord for 50,000 years. He has accumulated a lot. Su Ping heaved a sigh and dashed forward. He didn't use Sun Chaser. Instead, he used Void Walker, which he wasn't very familiar with. He twisted space and moved quickly, like a sharp sting. Su Ping caught up to Shui Qianhu in the blink of an eye. "Huh?" Shui Qianhu raised his eyebrows in surprise as he saw Su Ping approach. He complimented him in secret. As expected of a genius who condensed a small world in the Fate state, this youngster is good. He no longer accelerated. He simply kept his current speed and distance from Su Ping. Diaz, Yu Jing's, and the others were close to each other, following behind Su Ping. All of them were using their best abilities. The continent was as vast as 300 blue planets. It would take half a day for Su Ping and the others to cross the entire continent. Fortunately, maybe because their master had done it on purpose, they had been teleported to a place only 10 minutes away from the treasures. Later on, they reached a hill made of bare rocks. Ordinary people could get lost among the rocks for 10 years or so without being able to walk out. Still, they went directly to the center of the rocky landscape. "This is the place." Shui Qianhu stopped and raised his head. The rocky hill instantly fell apart. It was dissected layer by layer like an onion. The rocks were separated by space, revealing the treasure hidden inside. It was an oval, plain-looking shield. Is this the ultimate treasure left by Master? Everybody was stunned to see that. Their senses were so keen that they could even count the number of legs an ant had. The hill was very likely the treasury. Still, there were no other items after being opened. "This should be it." Shui Qianhu's eyes glittered. He raised his hand and summoned the item over to him. Su Ping immediately approached, and so did Yu Jing's, Diaz, and the others. "Is this one of the secret treasures? Does it have any powerful functions?" asked a senior sister curiously, named Alina. "There are no waves of laws coming off of it, but it seems to be carrying a special power." Diaz frowned and seemed to have sensed something. "Why didn't Master tell us what kind of treasure it was? It is obvious that Master was certain that we would pick up this treasure before the other forces arrived. He could have given it to any of us before the trial," said a young man named Jiang Si with a solemn tone. Shui Qianhu's eyes glittered. "Maybe it won't be activated until it acknowledges its owner." "How will it acknowledge its owner?" Yu Jing's narrowed his eyes. Shui Qianhu glanced at him and said calmly, "Although the Federation has made great technological achievements, our abilities in making secret treasures aren't as good as those from the ancient times. Most of the secret treasures we use were acquired from ancient relics. I cannot see any signs of our civilization on this item. It's probably an ancient treasure too. If it's indeed an ancient treasure, it will probably acknowledge its master using the old ways, like a drip of blood or a mental seal. Yu Jing's was silent. Naturally, he had already thought of that. What he really wanted to ask was who would get to claim it. Everybody was silent. The atmosphere became awkward. The treasure that their master had left was an artifact, instead of food or pills. It meant that the treasure was very likely instrumental in the rest of the trial. After all, if it were a normal treasure, he could have given it to them beforehand. The most important purpose of the trial was to get the true God's legacy. "Since all of you are hesitating, why don't I claim it?" Su Ping suddenly said, breaking the silence. Everybody was shocked. Shuai who was also stunned, he gazed at him. Diaz also stared at Su Ping, lost for words. The latter spoke as if he were sacrificing himself to solve everyone's troubles. However, he didn't seize the opportunity to mock Su Ping. He simply looked at Shuai. Yu Jing's and the others also looked at the latter for confirmation. Even though all of them were Shuai-Hu's seniors, they knew that he and Su Ping were the strongest members of their team. To be more exact, Shuai-Hu was the strongest. Still, Su Ping was also a distinguished warrior. He couldn't be simply brushed off. "Come on," Su Ping extended his hand. Shuai-Hu seemed calm. The situation didn't anger him at all. He simply stared at Su Ping as poised as a rock, but he didn't give away the stone shield. Seeing that, Su Ping thought for a moment and said, "You're unwilling to give it away. Why don't we play a game of rock, paper, and scissors, and the winner will keep it?" Shuai-Hu's eyes twitched. Diaz, Yu Jing's, and all the others were shocked, finding the proposal absurd. You want to decide who keeps such an important treasure in such a childish way. However, Shuai-Hu nodded after a moment of silence. "Fine. Let's just play one game." Su Ping said with a smile, "I will show scissors." Diaz, Yu Jing's, and the others. Shuai-Hu. Is he really playing such a childish psychology trick? Shuai-Hu suddenly said to everybody else, "Let's ask our senior brothers and sisters to act as judges for us." "Okay," Su Ping nodded. "Senior brother Yu, please count down for us." Yu Jing's was stunned for a moment. Then he took stock of the situation and took a deep breath. "All right, get ready. 3, 2, 1. The laws in the environment changed instantly. There were intense collisions in space and time. All the laws were manifested for the sole purpose of suppressing the opponent, all to win before their opponent could react. Su Ping and Shuai-Hu extended their hands at the same time, changing thousands of times in the blink of an eye, and the result was Su Ping won. He really went for scissors. Shuai-Hu, however, had chosen paper. Did he win because of the psychology trick? Certainly not. Shuai-Hu changed his expression and stared at Su Ping thoughtfully. How was it possible? His path of space is perfect. He had mastered all 4 supreme laws too. Although his path of time was not perfect, Su Ping's wasn't either. He was somewhat surprised to find that the guy had mastered the path of time when he thought he would win. He failed in the end. He had clearly suppressed Su Ping in the clash with the perfect path of space, which infinitely shortened the space between them. Su Ping was completely unable to resist with his power of space. Their hands had moved constantly, but Su Ping was the winner in the end. Chapter 1086, Collection of Tokens. Well, Yu Jing's, Diaz, Alina, and the others were astonished. They had been aware that it wouldn't be a simple game of rock, paper, scissors. However, the auras they released and the laws around them had made them feel a suffocating pressure moments before. In terms of aura, Shuai-Hu was stronger. His perfect path made them feel insignificant, as if they were looking at the cosmos. Surprisingly enough, Su Ping was the winner in the end. Obviously, Shuai-Hu didn't see it coming either, although he didn't try his best and he only used the perfect law of space and some other laws. It wasn't enough to crush his opponent. The clash was brief, but too many things had happened during that moment. Both of them predicted their rivals' choices with the law of time, and made the corresponding adjustments. Their expertise on the law of time was similar, so they had to use other laws in the end. Shui Qiujian, who gazed at Su Ping and quickly thought, was there some law that tricked my laws and senses? He didn't expect that he would lose. Give it to me, junior brother, said Su Ping with a smile. It was a good thing he used the law of illusion, or it would have been troublesome. Diaz and the others were silent, not knowing what to say. Who could have known that Shui Qiujian, who had cultivated for 50,000 years, was unable to beat Su Ping? Did he underestimate him? Shui Qiujian, who was silent for a long time and gradually became calm again. He nodded and said, Senior brother Su, you are indeed extraordinarily gifted. You flatter me, said Su Ping humbly. He accepted the stone shield from Shui Qiujian, whose hands. Everyone had looks of regret as they fixed their eyes upon the shield. They wanted to compete for it too, but even Shui Qiujian, who had been unable to beat Su Ping, they had been crushed by Su Ping not long before. It was pointless to fight him again. Su Ping examined the shield carefully and detected a strange power that was deeply hidden within. That was probably what made the shield so special. Master left the shield for us, but he didn't tell us what it was for. Was he not afraid that we would fight for it, or maybe, did he do this on purpose to see how we would choose? Su Ping's eyes glittered. While the candidates from other forces were destined to be eliminated, many of his senior brothers and sisters were bound to be eliminated too. The law of the jungle couldn't be better demonstrated in that trial. Brotherhood and companionship were vulnerable in front of the true gods. Legacy. Without any hesitation, Su Ping tried dripping his blood over the shield. There was no reaction. Su Ping instantly condensed a mental mark and affixed it on the shield. The shield changed soon after, and all sorts of information was transferred to him. The stone surface cracked, revealing the real shield, which seemed to be made of black metal. I see. Su Ping reviewed the new information and understood a lot of things. The stone shield was an ultimate treasure, but it only applied to the central continent, where it could be used for both navigation and self-defense. It could protect him from the dangerous traps that other Celestials had prepared. By the way, God-level creatures were forbidden on the central continent. There was a special law that would eliminate any God-level creature it detected. It was meant to prevent the forces behind the candidates from replacing their pets for others with ascendant cultivation. In that case, even the most talented Star Lord would be crushed by the extravagant pet lineup. If so, the trial would be a contest of pets, not one of the disciples themselves. Junior brother Su, what's this? Jiangxi asked curiously, although using a prudent tone. Su Ping's eyes were clear again. After seeing their curious looks, he smiled and said, This is an ultimate treasure for our self-defense in the central continent. It seems that there will be dangerous threats which will require the use of this treasure. So the ultimate treasure is for our defense. Everybody was surprised. It was true that a shield was essentially made for protection. Still, even if it was an ascendant state treasure, their master was surely rich enough to give one to each of them. To put it simply, this is a special ascendant state treasure, Su Ping said to them. TT's fine if our ascendant state treasures are sealed in the central continent. We'd better not unseal and activate them, or they will cause disasters. As for this secret treasure, it won't cause any harm even if it's used on the central continent. While deep in thought, Shui Qiujian said, So to speak, the ultimate treasures are part of a competition between Celestials. That is correct. Su Ping nodded. Yu Jing's, Diaz, and the others were also pondering. Some looked at Su Ping with suspicion, questioning what he told him, but they didn't have any proof and could only trust him for the moment. Let's go search for the tokens, proposed Diaz. Let's go, Su Ping said straight off. They quickly rose and dashed towards the nearest token. Moments later, They reached the nearest token, which was the core of a fruit. Thanks to the pet food encyclopedia he had gotten from the system, Su Ping recognized that it was the core of a rare spiritual fruit from the ancient times. Unfortunately, it was very difficult to grow such fruits. The core must have been dropped there after the fruit was eaten. Did their master do this? Su Ping raised his eyebrows, feeling that it was a joke of the celestial experts. Why does this stone look like a fruit core? Diaz picked up the token in confusion. The token had been guarded by a Star-Lord beast, which was easily killed by Shuaiqiu Janhu. He got the token easily. The token looked like a purple crystal on the surface. Su Ping smiled in silence. Let's continue. Soon after, they arrived at the second site. Why didn't Master keep all the tokens together? He knew we would enter. Sooner than all the others, Su Ping was quite curious, wondering why his Master had done that. Did he want to pressure them? Or was he reluctant to cheat as blatantly? The candidates of the other forces would fight for nothing if he would have placed all the tokens and ultimate treasures in the same place. Wait, in that case, those people might not fight upon meeting each other. They might unite. It could become a threat if their alliance grows big and they find that we have all the keepsakes. Su Ping realized why his master had made such arrangements. He had feared that they couldn't resist the joint attacks of all the other candidates. I suggest we take 5 tokens for now, said Su Ping. Why? Asked Diaz in confusion. Su Ping said with a smile, we should at least give others some hope. The others were confused. Wasn't that kind of merciful act redundant in that trial? Shuaiqiu Janhu, however, agreed. I think we should. Everybody else was stunned to see him agree. They frowned but didn't say anything. They soon reached the 4th token spot. There they saw that 3 people were searching for something. They seemed to know that a token is here. Did they acquire the intelligence from somewhere? Asked Jiangxi in confusion. Yu Jing said calmly, maybe. The heavenly lords backing them know our master who told them the information for old time's sake. That explains why Master didn't put all the tokens in the same place for us. I see. Diaz was enlightened. What do we do about them? Asked Qijiao Lucy, who had purple hair and golden eyes. Yu Jing said, what do you think? Master already returned the favor by sharing some information. They're just unlucky for having met us. Both Su Ping and Shuaiqiu Janhu were silent. Their silence implied their conniving plans. Soon after, all of them dashed forward. The trio quickly recognized who the new arrivals were. Then they realized what had happened, giving way to shock and fear. One of them quickly said, please, let's talk nicely. We're willing to back off. They had given up before the fight even started. Rot in hell. Shuaiqianhu, however, turned a deaf ear to their pleas and quickly took action. The space around him was turned upside down, and the 3 men were dragged toward him easily. They were about to be torn apart. We're willing to back off, and yet you're still set on killing us. All of them were shocked and infuriated, not expecting Shen Huang's disciples to be that ruthless. They had pretended to retreat and disseminate the message. The trio was infuriated since Shuaiqiu Janhu had imprisoned them, all because they were enraged. They released their battle pets in their own power. All of them had consumed drugs and injected a special potion. Their combat ability soared. Astral power erupted from them like flames. Tattoos that looked like special metal veins surfaced on their skin. It's the Federation's Berserker potion. That's the alloy tattoo, a terrifying enhancement material with bad side effects. Yu Jing's and the others were knowledgeable enough to recognize the items. Their expressions changed. They had never used such things because it would affect their potential. That was a cost they were unwilling to pay. They're members of the Amate family from the Mordo Galaxy. Diaz frowned and said, we must kill them as soon as possible. Their family is very complicated. Everybody attacked, together with Shuaiqiu Janhu. Su Ping also charged forward. He smashed forth with the fist of Exorcist, making the void quake. All external enhancements are bubbles. Shuai-Kujan, who took action, his hands squeezed and the void exploded. Infinite. Power of laws sprang like sharp stings. Space then became twisted, dismembering the three guys. It was useless to escape no matter how powerful their outbursts were. The perfect law of space had infinitely lengthened the distance between their powers and their bodies. However great the power was, it would be useless if it couldn't be transmitted to the body. Only laws could be used to counter laws. Chapter 1087, Crisis. It's the law of space that's impossible. The three participants were dismembered, turning into countless pieces, but they were still screaming. They were obviously still alive for some reason. Their torn bodies were trying to reassemble. Exactly at that moment, those torn body parts became still. They were locked by Shuai-Kujan in separate spaces and were unable to detect each other anymore. Those people couldn't patch up their bodies again, even though they had special regeneration techniques. One of the broken pieces unleashed a dazzling energy all of a sudden. It was a kind of chaotic law power, which radiated violently like a nuclear bomb, reaching the maximum potential instantly. After a boom, the spaces where the pieces were sealed were destroyed, and the dazzling light illuminated the whole place like the sun. Shuai-Kujan frowned the moment the dazzling light was emitted. He quickly waved his hand. Space in front of him seemed to have been cut apart. Dazzling light continued shining and piercing through space, but on the other side, Su Ping and the others couldn't hear any noise or feel the blast. The power seemed to have been sealed in another world. That was the perfect law of space at work. Su Ping glanced at Shuai-Kujan with mixed feelings. The law of space was indeed useful. It could be used for various purposes, including escape, assassination, sabotage, among many others. The Amate family is indeed crazy. Their bodies seem to have special triggers that will blow them up if they die. Good thing junior brother Kujan took care of the explosion. His law of space is so different from mine. Is that what a perfect law looks like? It's indeed perfect. Even that kind of power was unable to shatter or break the law. Yu Jing's, Daya's, and the others had glittering eyes. They were all shocked due to Shuai-Kujan's power and glad that he wasn't their enemy. Otherwise they would be killed before seeing the legacy. Shuai-Kujan took action rather quickly, sealing the torn bodies pieces and destroying them after dealing with the self-explosion. There were two more screams, and the two bodies exploded again. This time, Shuai-Kujan had simply transferred the power elsewhere. There was no telling where exactly he had funneled the power to. Daya's, Jiangxi, and the others had not acted in that quick exchange. The problem was already solved. Shuai-Kujan had finished off three elites of the Amate family almost purely on his own. Besides, those three people were clearly determined to accomplish the task. Not only were they geniuses, they had also injected themselves with special drugs and engraved alloy tattoos on their bodies, which improved them significantly but would ruin their potential. That was just what the Amate family did. They were ruthless and would not care about the consequences. They were truly willing to sacrifice anything for the legacy. Jiangxi sighed and shook his head. Su Ping fetched the token, then waved at them. Let's go to the next place. The others nodded. They glanced at Shuai-Kujan and felt even more scared of their junior brother. They had indeed been training and had improved with the help of their ascendant senior brothers. They were crushed by Su Ping earlier on, and thus weren't confident of beating Shuai-Kujan, who was apparently even more talented. To get the legacy, maybe they would have to count on luck that their master mentioned. The group gathered 5 tokens soon after. Then they decided to wait. They would let the geniuses of other forces brutalize and eliminate each other. Then they would pick distinguished candidates from amongst the survivors. Let's wait here. I think we can take a nap, Yu Jing said and chuckled. Casually, Diaz was already lying on a rock with a blade of grass in his mouth. I am going to take a break. Wake me up if anything happens. Yu Jing's was amused and lost for words upon seeing he was really going to sleep. All of them were indeed relaxed. If they had any pressure, it was coming from Shuiku Janhu. It was possible that the other celestial experts had recruited geniuses similar to Shuiku Janhu. Shuiku Janhu didn't say anything. He simply walked to a rock and quietly stared at the scenery in the distance. The whole group decided to wait it out. Su Ping suddenly thought of the Lulan family and remembered a few people. His eyes glittered and he said to his teammates, "While you wait here, I'll go meet some friends." Friends? All eyes glittered after hearing that Su Ping was leaving. "I'll go with you, junior brother Su," Yu Jing's immediately said with a smile. Jiangxi also smiled. "We've got nothing to do anyway, let's go together. There are a lot of ruthless candidates in this trial. Although junior brother Su is strong and talented, it's still risky for you to go alone. We can take care of each other. I might as well go if all of you are going. I don't have anything to do here." "Anyway," said Alina with a smile. Diaz, who had been lying somewhere, also sat up. He didn't say anything, but actions made it obvious. Su Ping felt amused after seeing their reactions. They were clearly afraid that he could escape with the shield and the tokens. He shook his head, yet he wasn't really angry. They had every reason to suspect him because of the true god's legacy, even though they had the same master. "All right, let's go together," said Su Ping. Shuai Kaianu frowned and glanced at Su Ping. He slowly rose too. It was clear that he would rather stay there and wait than go anywhere else. However, he could only wonder about Su Ping. Led by Su Ping, everybody set off and started searching again. Why bother talking to him? There will only be one winner. Kill him. There'll be enemies sooner or later. Kill them. On a plane, 5 people who had chanced upon each other were fighting fiercely. Blood was soon spilled, and there were pits all over the place, as if the area would have been recently bombarded. Another shocking battle was taking place between a man and a woman in the sky right above a lake. Their fight was so intense that the air was twisted as if 2 stars were about to collide. People at a distance of 1,000 kilometers were still able to hear their battle. "I think we would die for nothing. There will only be a single winner. We can team up and finish off the others before we duel and figure out who's the winner between us." "That's right. We shouldn't die in vain before even seeing the legacy." In a forest, 2 parties who were originally confronting each other negotiated and struck an alliance. Time flew. Battles were raging everywhere. Some were among the trial takers and some were between the trial takers and local beasts. The trial takers were mostly among the top 100 of the Divine Lord rank of every star zone. The beasts in the region were mostly Star Lords, even though they had rare bloodlines, so they couldn't really pose an obstacle to the trial takers. "Ms. Lin, run, I'll cover for you." 3 people were moving quickly in the deep space, as seen in the high sky. They were traveling in the 6th space while riding special flying shuttles. The shuttles had energy covers that protected them. They were much faster than many body movement techniques. "I should be the one covering for you. Don't stop." Lulan Lin, with a tight armor accentuating her body curve, was as ruthless as a general taking the lead. "We can't all die here," said a young man next to him with an awful expression. He was Lulan Ju, the most talented member of the Lulan family in his generation. He held the 18th position on the Divine Lord rank. Still, his face was pale and contorted at the moment. The back piece of his armor was stained with blood, even though the wound had healed. His chest seemed to have been pierced through, all judging from the traces of blood. That's right, they were ambushed after fetching a token. He had killed one of the enemies, but he was currently heavily wounded because of it. All those who were fighting for the legacy were top geniuses and desperados. They were all crazy about the true god's legacy. They would not hesitate to use forbidden means that would greatly affect them, as long as the drugs were effective until the end of the trial. The drugs would not pose a problem. The candidates of the Lulan family had also made preparations, but that was not the time for them to use their drugs yet. If they used drugs and didn't get the legacy, they could get stuck as Star Lords forever. Most geniuses who had been sent there had a chance of rising to the ascendant state, so they preferred not using forbidden substances unless they didn't have a choice. We only have one token. Our family has intelligence related to the tokens. Location: such intelligence was obtained at a great cost. Shen Huang's disciples will surely claim one of the other 9 tokens. It will be extremely difficult for us to find 2 more tokens, unless we make it to the central continent. Lu Lenju gritted his teeth and said, I will cover for you. Let's get rid of them and hide somewhere. We'll try our luck when the central continent is opened. You're already wounded, said Lulan Lin in haste. It doesn't matter. Grandfather gave me a holy drug, declared Lulan Ju with a ruthless stance. You go first. Then he stopped abruptly. Both Lulan Lin and Lulan Hai paused, but the next moment, Lulan Ju roared, Go! They turned back and saw that a pair of men were catching up to them. The 2 chasers were covered in battle tattoos, and there was a special energy core on their foreheads. They had completely given up their potential. Their fate would forever be sealed if they couldn't get the legacy. They obtained an astounding amount of strength for a price, becoming as strong as the top 10 of the Divine Lord rank at that moment. Stop right there. Lulan Ju turned around and stared at them coldly. Your family will be destroyed when we get out if you dare to attack us. You think you can get out? Surrender the tokens and die. The 2 men wasted no time talking and simply charged at their enemies, roaring. Lulan Ju took out a fruit and ate it. His power was immediately restored. But exactly at this moment someone else chuckled. You have a token? No wonder they're hunting you so desperately. Your token is mine now. Chapter 1088, Wanyan Shuang. After the newcomer spoke, 2 people suddenly appeared, blocking Lulan Lin and Lulan Hai's way. Yi Ling. Lulan Lin narrowed her eyes in shock and fury when she recognized them. They had just been invited to the Lulan family's banquet, and yet they were currently ambushing them. Ms. Lin, nice to meet you again, said Yi Ling with a smile. A beautiful girl was standing next to him, as elegant as an angel. She seemed absolutely clean and unsullied. The girl stared at Lulan Lin and Lulan Hai as if they were already dead. Wanyan Shuang. Lulan Hai recognized the woman and slightly changed her expression. Yi Ling was 3rd place on the Divine Lord rank, and the woman was even more terrifying. Although she wasn't listed on the ranking at the moment, she had defended the 5th place on the rank 10,000 years prior. 10,000 years had passed. She surely was a lot stronger than before. Seeing Lulan Hai's shock, the woman asked casually, Do you know me? I've studied every person who has made it to the Divine Lord rank in the past 100,000 years, said Lulan Hai gloomily. Did you have nothing better to do? Asked Wanyan Shuang. Yi Ling was equally amused. You should have spent the time improving your cultivation. Lulan Hai remained silent, his face showing an awful expression. Lulan Lin asked with a gloomy tone, Yi Ling, what's the meaning of this? The Lulan family considers you a friend. I consider you a friend too, said Yi Ling with a smile. But we seem to be fighting for the true god's legacy. What kind of friendship would spare me in such a situation? Do tell. Lulan Lin changed her expression and asked, Aren't you afraid of our family's revenge? That depends on whether or not you can leave this place. To uphold the fairness of the trial, even the Celestials are barred from interfering. There's no way for you to reach out to anyone unless you advance or the trial comes to an end. Yi Ling chuckled. Big families have their own shortcomings, even if the Lulan family is one of the top 7 families of the universe. You can easily raise a genius at the cost of countless rare resources, but those geniuses can only make it to the Divine Lord ranks top 50 at best. To rise higher, they have to be talented. Unfortunately, those who are talented in your generation have already risen to the ascendant state because of your family's persuasion. Your newest, the one named Lulan Jinghang if I remember correctly, rose to the ascendant state 3,000 years ago, right? He had cultivated 5,000 years before that. It said that he was already capable of reaching the ascendant state after 2,000 years of cultivation, but he wanted to consolidate himself. Unfortunately, his family persuaded him in the end. That's the flaw big families have. You're too short-sighted. Lulan Lin was indeed gloomy. Yi Ling did have a point. There had been remarkable figures in the family who were among the top 10 of the Divine Lord rank. One of them had even been rated at the very top of the ranking, but all those people rose to the ascendant state soon and didn't stay for long in the Star Lord level. Yi Ling, we're willing to give you the token. Just let us go and we won't blame you for what happened today, said Lulan Hai all of a sudden, while standing behind Lulan Lin. The latter changed her expression and looked at him. However, upon seeing his eyes, and because Lulan Ju was still fighting fiercely far in the distance, she realized why he had said that and felt sad because of it. She had voluntarily applied for the trial because she wanted to win the legacy and surpass that guy through a shortcut. It wasn't easy for them to acquire the token. If they lost it, it would be almost impossible to find another, unless they were to try their luck in the central continent, which would surely be a slaughterhouse. All the best geniuses in the universe would gather there. It was said that the ultimate treasures that the Celestials had offered were exactly for the competition in the central continent. They didn't stand a single chance of winning the unfair competition at all. Therefore, their only opportunity of winning the token was to get one there. You'd give me the token. Yi Ling smiled. You're talking as if it were yours. You only grabbed our token before we found it, and you're returning it to us at this very moment. Oh, right, it's illegal to steal someone else's belongings. You should be punished for that. The expressions of both Lulan Lin and Lulan Hai changed. Yi Ling was obviously going to kill them and keep their mouths shut. Yi Ling, you're wasting our time, remarked Wanyan Shuang coldly. Yi Ling raised his eyebrows. Exactly at that moment, Lulan Lin threw a streak of light in Lulan Ju's direction and said telepathically, "Run." Lulan Ju had already noticed Yi Ling's presence, but he was too busy fighting two enemies. He had to grit his teeth and retreat upon hearing what Lulan Lin said. What a petty trick. Wanyan Shuang saw the flying streak of light, then raised her hand. The streak of light made a detour and flew towards her hand. But then the streak of light disappeared when it was about to reach her hand. Huh. Wanyan Shuang frowned and coldly gazed in a certain direction. A person showed up from that same direction, then tossed a fruit core up and down. What a lively place. Following right behind him, a few others walked out, and a handsome young man asked in surprise, "That many people?" It was exactly Su Ping's team who had just arrived. Lulan Lin and the others, who were about to run off, saw them too, and immediately noticed Su Ping in the crowd. The person playing with the fruit core was Shui Qianhu. He stored the fruit core and was at the moment staring at Wanyan Shuang with great interest. Wanyan Shuang's expression turned grim upon seeing Shui Qianhu. Yi Ling, on the other hand, narrowed his eyes when he saw Su Ping's arrival. The former had noticed the latter when they gathered in the square, but Su Ping didn't bother to look at him. That guy is still in the star state. Shen Huang is truly trying his best. He's even sent the star state disciple to fight for the legacy. Yi Ling sneered in his heart and looked at Su Ping angrily, but he managed to hide the killing intent in his eyes. Mr. Su. Lulan Hai looked at Su Ping with a troubled expression. Lulan Feng had made the introductions back when Su Ping visited their family, but he was always taciturn and never liked making friends. So he dropped the matter when Su Ping didn't show any interest in talking to him. In his eyes, even if Su Ping grew to become a heavenly lord someday, He wouldn't need the guy's help at all, given his lofty status as a member of the Lulen family. However, Su Ping's timely arrival had solved their crisis. Lulen Hai had no time to care about his pride. Being a member of a big family, he knew when to bow down. He quickly greeted Su Ping and moved to approach him along with Lulen Lin. On the other hand, Lulen Ju forced the two men to retreat and approached Su Ping too. Yu Ping looked at Lulen Lin and saw that she kept her head lowered. He nodded and said, "I'm glad that you're fine." "Thank you for helping us, Mr. Su," said Lulen Hai quickly. Shuai Qianhu glanced at the man, not really caring about him. He wasn't interested in dealing with members of the 7 families. He asked Wanyan Shuang, "Are you interested in joining us? Let's make a scene in the central continent." Wanyan Shuang narrowed her eyes. "How exactly are we going to do that?" "We kill anyone we meet, get the key, and win the legacy," Shuai Qianhu chuckled. Wanyan Shuang said, "There's only one key. Who will have it?" "Of course I will have it. Do you plan to compete with me?" Shuai Qianhu looked at her with a smile. She stared at him for a long time, then said, "It's too soon for you to say that. You haven't been the best Star Lord in the past 100,000 years." Shuai Qianhu smiled, not bothering to deny it. "What are you suggesting?" "We can go to the central continent together, but only the most capable person between us will have the key." Wanyan Shuang drew a smile on her cold face. Shuai Qianhu smiled in return. "Fine then, come over here. We're allies for now." Wanyan Shuang nodded and immediately flew over. Yiling was stunned for a moment. He asked, "Ms. Wanyan, you?" "Sorry," she replied casually, then flew away toward his new ally without looking back. She glanced at Su Ping and the others and found them subpar. Chapter 1089, Slaughter. Yiling was stunned. He and Wanyan Shuang were very close to begin with, and the forces behind them were on friendly terms too. They had been allies since they entered the trial. However, she abandoned him for a simple invitation that someone on Su Ping's team had presented. Was the bond between them that frail? Yiling snapped out of it and the shock tumbled to fury, but he didn't show any of it. He chuckled and said, "Count me in if Miss Wanyan wants to join you." It didn't seem right to slap a smiling face. Lulen Lin and her companions' expressions changed after hearing such a response. They seemed angry, but none of them was vocal about it. They knew fully well that they wouldn't possibly have a place there without Su Ping's protection. If Su Ping weren't there, the rest of Shen Huang's disciples would have gotten rid of them already. After all, everyone was competing. Who would spare a bunch of strangers? "You." After Yiling's decision, Shuai Qianhu raised his eyebrows and casually said, "I don't think you're qualified." Yiling's smile instantly froze. Diaz said, "He's still qualified to be cannon fodder. He's 3rd place on the Divine Lord rank anyway." "Yiling, who the heck are you?" He remembered Diaz. He had read the Divine Lord rank from recent years as he prepared for the trial, and Diaz was one of the new members on the listing. He was on the 46th THS spot. Considering Diaz's achievements, it was quite commendable that he had risen to such a height in only a couple of years, ever since the Universe Geniuses contest. Still, he was merely a 46th ranked weakling, and he thought that Yiling was only worthy as cannon fodder. Yiling was infuriated. He would have attacked if it weren't that Shuai Qianhu was present. He didn't care one bit about the 46th ranked youngster, the Star State guy, or the other losers he had never heard of. Even if they were Shen Huang's disciples, the really talented senior brothers and sisters had already risen to the ascendant state and become famous. The guys present were definitely the worst among Shen Huang's disciples. 3rd on the Divine Lord rank, Shuai Qianhu considered for a moment and looked at Su Ping. "What do you think?" Wanyan Shuang was dazed for a moment. She also looked at Su Ping, with confusion in her eyes. The young man seemed to truly be in the Star State. Shuai Qianhu was clearly the leader of the team in her eyes. He might be the newest junior disciple, but that was a place where only strength mattered. Seniority didn't matter at all in that place. Lulen Lin and the others were also surprised. Lulen Hai in particular. He was shocked, since he had recognized Shui Qianhu the moment he arrived. The man had been a famous genius since 50,000 years prior. He rose to the top of the Divine Lord, rank more than 40,000 years before. The guy was an old monster who was one of the most likely to get the legacy. Yiling wasn't definitely below the former's level. It was just surprising that such a genius should ask for Su Ping's opinion. Su Ping was indeed talented, but did his potential really matter at the moment? He's indeed worthy as cannon fodder, but we're not short of cannon fodder at the moment. He offended my friends. Just kill him, said Su Ping casually after feeling dazed for a moment. Yiling was stunned. Wan Yinshuang was surprised too. The three members of the Lulan family were shocked. They immediately understood why Shui Qianhu asked Su Ping. They were under Su Ping's protection, and they had a conflict with Yiling. Su Ping would surely be uncomfortable if the other man were to be taken in. Wan Yinshuang could not help but observe Su Ping carefully. The guy seemed to be in the star state from every perspective. She had been training in seclusion for 30,000 years and had never paid close attention to the Divine Lord rank. She was pretty sure that Su Ping was one of the new stars. Yiling became furious after such a verdict. Just kill me. He had a history with Su Ping, back in the Lulan territory. The guy was seizing the opportunity for revenge. After taking a deep breath, Yiling asked solemnly, Miss Wanyan, are you really going to become their ally? Wan Yinshuang glanced at him indifferently and heaved a sigh. For old time's sake, I suggest you run immediately. Yiling was shocked. He could tell that Wan Yinshuang meant it. He was furious. He wanted to tear Su Ping and the others into pieces, but he was afraid of Shui Qianhu, who had convinced Wan Yinshuang to switch over to his side with a simple invitation. He had never met the guy before. Su Ping, I'll remember you. Yiling threw that ruthless declaration and was about to flee. Shui Qianhu looked at Wan Yinshuang and asked, Do you want to prove your loyalty to us? Wan Yinshuang raised her eyebrows and stared at him casually. Shui Qianhu stared back at her for a while and chuckled. Fine, I'll just do it myself. He remembered something as he talked, then asked Su Ping, Senior Su, would you like to take care of him? Sure. Su Ping nodded. He knew that Shui Qianhu wanted to gauge his combat ability, but he didn't care. After all, he didn't have to use his full strength to deal with Yiling. Lulan Lin suddenly raised her previously lowered head. She said with worry, biting her lip, You, be careful. Su Ping looked at her and smiled. I'll be fine. I have to be alive for you to surpass me, right? She was stunned for a moment, and then quickly looked away. Noisy, Shui Qianhu was looking in another direction, where the two men who had fought against Lulan Ju were seen approaching. They were making eye contact and plotting something, but Shui Qianhu heard them. They were shocked by Shui Qianhu's sudden remark. They abruptly stopped their advance, and then turned around to make a quick getaway. But the next moment, both of them bumped into Shui Qianhu's arms. The surrounding space had been transformed. It was the sixth space, dangerous for normal Star Lords to explore. Only the tougher Star Lords could stay for a long enough time. The constant whispers in the void were truly maddening and blood-curdling. There were scenes and sounds of ancient experts from eons before that had been recorded by the universe. Only illusions remained, but their pressure was too much for normal Star Lords to handle. Bang, bang. Two sharp pillars of flames emerged in the void and penetrated both of those men. Their armor and battle tattoos had been pierced and melted. Meanwhile, Su Ping disappeared. That person. While escaping, Yiling noticed Shui Qianhu's performance too, and was rather shocked that the guy who had killed the two men, who had boosted their bodies with drugs. Both of them had displayed a combat ability on par with the top 20 rankers, if not the top 10, of the Divine Lord rank. Even he was incapable of instantly killing them. Still, Shui Qianhu had done it. His control over space was truly monstrous. A casual laugh echoed just then. What are you looking at? Yiling's blood froze. He suddenly turned back, only to see a person in front of him. It was none other than Su Ping. When did he? Bang! Su Ping punched as quickly as lightning. Space was shortened. It was as if Yi Ling's body would have voluntarily attached itself to his fist. The noise of a skull explosion burst out, and Yi Ling was flung away. He didn't stop until he was hundreds of meters away. His twisted body gradually stood straight again, while the flesh and blood on his neck wriggled and gathered to form another head. "You're not dead," Su Ping was a bit surprised. He then chuckled. "Did you say that you wanted to practice with me if you had the chance?" "You?" Yi Ling looked at Su Ping with a mix of shock and fury. He suddenly grew an eye on the back of his head, which gazed at Shui Qianhu. He was more afraid of Shui Qianhu and the rest of them than he was of Su Ping. "Get the hell out of here." Seeing that Shui Qianhu and the others were merely standing there, Yi Ling roared and charged at Su Ping, hopping to tear him apart and escape. "Come again." Su Ping stood with a smile. He threw another punch when Yi Ling moved closer. The law of destruction and the aura of death were gathered on his fist. Yi Ling, however, quickly turned and moved in a different direction. He didn't endure a head-on clash with Su Ping. His top priority was to escape. Still, he was holding back even though he was furious. Su Ping, however, seemed to have foreseen his trajectory. He flashed and punched him again. Yi Ling narrowed his eyes. He instantly performed the law of time to infinitely stretch the moment. Then he unleashed the violent power of his constitution. An intense coldness was spread out. Even space seemed to be freezing. With the law of space and the path of ice, he could freeze his enemy's mind. But the next moment the fist still smashed forth, without being restrained by time. Yi Ling quickly raised his arms. A strange face appeared between them and then was broken. Boom! He was flung back. This time his arms were broken and his blood was splashing. The blood gushing out was churned and pulverized by the pervading power of space in the void. Su Ping followed him and punched again, this time aiming at the head. His attack was simple and straightforward. Yi Ling's pupils widened. He forgot the excruciating pain on his arms and even the grief of losing his pet since it died protecting him. He could only see Su Ping's fist, which seemed able to penetrate anything. It carried a terrifying, destructive power. "No!" Yi Ling was scared. He let out a miserable scream. But the next moment, his scream ended abruptly. His head was destroyed and it couldn't be healed. His laws of vitality and time, both fully mastered, had been destroyed by Su Ping. In terms of the path of destruction, even though Su Ping had yet to perfect it, he had been to the source world and attained a much deeper understanding. Law suppression was utterly simple and destructive. Little skeleton. Su Ping summoned his pet companion and asked it to absorb the guy's vitality. According to the system, everything was pet food. Yi Ling's essence was like rare pet food, and it couldn't be wasted. In the blink of an eye, Yi Ling's body was obliterated by dark energy, leaving nothing behind. His bones were made of infinite energy. They could have been compared to an ultimate treasure. Su Ping sent the little skeleton back to the contract space and rejoined the group. For more, visit all. Chapter 1090, Hostile Alliance. Wanyan Shuang's expression changed a bit as she saw Su Ping return peacefully. Now her eyes showed solemnity. Shui Qianhu raised his eyebrows ever so slightly and cursed garbage in his heart, shaking his head. There was no telling whether he was cursing Su Ping or the recently departed Yi Ling. "Let's go," said Su Ping. He chuckled as if having just thrown a piece of trash in the dumpster. Lu Lin and the others were stunned, not expecting Yi Ling, the former third place of the Divine Lord rank, to be killed that easily without being able to put up any resistance. It was almost a slaughter. One had to remember that Su Ping was only in the star state. Is this what the special guest of our family is capable of? Lu Lenju was shocked. He had originally felt affronted when the best cultivation seat was given away to Su Ping, but he was completely awed at the moment. The three of them had definitely been unable to escape from Yi Ling. It was evident that the gap between them and Su Ping was countless Yi Lings. Lulan Lin bit her lip while staying silent. Everybody came out of the deep space after he spoke. They stayed on the top of a mountain. Shuai Kaian who asked, "Senior brother Su, are you going to continue traveling?" "Let's just wait here," said Su Ping. Wanyan Shuang was puzzled. "Aren't you going to look for tokens?" "Tokens?" Shuai Kaian who smiled and opened his hands, showing 7 tokens that looked like purple crystals. He tossed them and said, "The lake will be peaceful if all the bait is gone." Wanyan Shuang and Lulan Lin could hardly take their eyes away. 7 tokens. They soon realized that the celestial expert had probably given them some information. Taking sides with the Celestials was truly rewarding. No wonder a genius as Shuai Kaian who had also bowed down. After a moment of silence, Wanyan Shuang said, "I heard that the celestial expert left some treasures here. You must have." Yu Jings chuckled and replied, "That's right." Su Ping, however, didn't show the stone shield. He and Shuai Kaian who were keeping the treasure and the tokens separately. The treasure was more important than the tokens. After all, there were 170 tokens and only 12 ultimate treasures. "We're just going to wait here and do nothing?" asked Wanyan Shuang. Diaz chuckled and said in a low voice, "If you're bored, have some water." Wanyan Shuang glanced at him. "You think you're funny?" Everybody was silent for a moment. Su Ping looked at Lulan Lin and the others, then asked curiously, "Why did your family send you here? This place is too dangerous. You could have been easily killed, don't you think?" They were speechless. But there were only 170 tokens in total. The truly difficult part of the test hadn't yet begun. Even she wasn't confident of passing it, let alone carrying a few burdens. However, she simply kept quiet since Shuai Kaian who didn't say anything. It only struck her as curious that Shuai Kaian who was exceptionally tolerant when it came to dealing with Su Ping. "Mr. Su, we are eternally in your debt," Lulan Ju and Lulan Hai quickly said. Both were deeply touched. Even though Su Ping was only returning a favor, it was indeed remarkable that he would generously do so during that competition. It was obvious that the more people participated in the following tests, the less likely he would win the legacy. Lulan Lin bit her lip and kept silent. She even thought that she would give the legacy to Su Ping if she won. It was an outlandish thought, but it did roll in her heart for a while. She knew that she was still far away from seeing the legacy, and the chances for it to happen were very slim. Time flew. In other places, fights and battles were happening everywhere. Diaz and the others checked their watches now and then, eager to find out when the central continent would open. The central continent would only be accessible until the 3rd day of the trial. That was the 2nd day. Considering their combat abilities, they could have circled the continent 10 times in 2 days. Some people passed by during those days, but they fled and kept their distance the moment they detected Su Ping and his team. Even though they were certain that Shen Huang's disciples carried tokens, nobody had dared to rob them. After all, Su Ping's team had the advantage of numbers. While basking in sunlight, Shuai Kaian who remarked while staring at the distance, "It's getting close." He rose and put on a vague smile. Diaz and the others became vigilant too. All of them sat up and gathered. A lot of people have passed by and escaped in the past couple of days. Some of them keep staring at us from a distance. All the survivors will probably show up soon. Yu Jing's was quite solemn. That was the moment of truth, the final chance to choose from among the things they had picked. They never concealed their auras or hid themselves, because they were waiting for other survivors. It was much better than actively looking for them. Still, it could also be dangerous. Su Ping looked around with blinking eyes. "Now that you're here, stop hiding yourselves. Just come on out," Shuai Kaian who chuckled, but his voice echoed throughout the sky. The next moment, the void shook as if someone were drumming in the void. Soon after, a lot of people were pushed out of the void. Some were injured, but some stepped out rather elegantly. Many of them emerged from deeper spaces and proudly stood in the sky. There were almost 300 of them. Diaz and the others wore solemn expressions. Too many. They had expected an alliance, but not such a big one. Chapter 1091, Crowd Taunting. Pa pa pa. Someone applauded gently, but it couldn't have sounded clearer in the quiet void. As expected of Shen Huang's disciple, 5 men gradually stepped out of the void. The person in the lead was a young man wearing a large, red robe with black dragon patterns. He chuckled and said, "Are you Shui Qianhu? I've heard so much about you." Shui Qianhu. The brawny young man next to him roared and then laughed. "Do you remember me?" Shui Qianhu raised his eyebrows and said casually, "I do. You were defeated by me. Unfortunately lost to you in the competition for the top of the Divine Lord rank, but it's been 40,000 years since then. How many more perfect paths have you grasped?" sneered the brawny young man. The Divine Lord rank at that time was much more precious than it was in recent times. The top 5 Star Lords had mostly grasped perfect paths. Shui Qianhu was the strongest of them. He had grasped 2 perfect paths. Nobody could shake his position as the best Star Lord of the Golden Star Zone. 40,000 years had passed. He believed that Shui Qianhu had progressed considerably, but he did too. Perfect paths. What the brawny young man said stunned the members of the Alliance, including Lulen Lin and the others. Everybody fixed their eyes upon Shui Qianhu. The young man, a mere Star Lord, had grasped perfect paths. It was a shocking revelation for plenty of the Star Lords, as if a meteor would have just struck the planet. While they were still trying to fully master the 4 supreme laws, that Star Lord from tens of thousands of years before was already aiming for more perfect paths. "You were left behind by me. I didn't expect you to be absolutely the same, not making any progress since then," said Shui Qianhu indifferently. The brawny young man's mood turned cold. "I'm not here to argue with you. You must have picked up a lot of tokens and the ultimate treasure left by Shen Huang, right? He claimed that the luckiest would find it, but he only gave it to his disciples." Many people were shocked by his boldness. To think he would directly complain about the celestial state expert. However, they were there to surround and kill the celestial expert's disciples. It seemed that an offense was inevitable. "Indeed, we have the ultimate treasure and the tokens." Shui Qianhu smiled and revealed all of the 7 glittering purple tokens in his hand. He simply played with them. "You want them? There are only 10 tokens in total on each continent. Some grains of sand are bound to be eliminated in this trial." Shui Qianhu smiled and said, "Those of you who are as strong as the top 10 holders of the Divine Lord rank, I allow you to join. I will take you to the central continent for the other 50 tokens. Kill competitors of other continents, so we can loot their treasures and fortunes." Ha ha ha. The brawny young man laughed. "Are you still daydreaming when death is at your door? You think you can make us fight each other with a few simple words? We'll kill you, then we'll share your treasure and tokens. You don't get to tell us what to do." Shui Qianhu narrowed his eyes. "Is that so? This is your last chance. It's even merciful for your sake. You'll wish you would have seized the chance once I get tired of waiting." Hundreds of other people looked at each other in bewilderment. They had no idea why Shui Qianhu and the others, who were surrounded at the moment, were that confident. And even if those people were strong, everybody was a genius. The gap among them wasn't that big. Besides, they outnumbered their enemies. Even though the man was on the top of the Divine Lord rank, they could still kill him. "Nonsense, this is a fair competition." Someone stood out and roared, "There's no back door for you, even if you're Shen Huang's disciples." "That's right. Let's kill them first. They must have the secrets given by their master. It's probably related to the legacy," someone instigated. Most of the people who talked didn't think they were as strong as the top 10 of the Divine Lord rank. If anyone joined the other team, then they would be abandoned. Therefore, in any case, they had to go and kill Shen Huang's disciples. Then they would redistribute their fortune. Junior brother. While Yu Jing's and the others tried to remain calm, his heart was beating fast. It had been pounding ever since the moment they saw such a huge alliance. Shui Qianhu might have a chance to get away, but they certainly couldn't. When Shuai Kaianhu took out the tokens and declared that not only those who were as strong as the top 10 of the Divine Lord rank were qualified to join, they felt he was jabbing the temples of those desperados with needles before he asked them, did it hurt? It was just like trying to get killed. Wanyan Shuang's face was pale too. She had recognized the 5 men standing at the front. They were as strong as Shuai Kaianhu. She didn't know the red-robed young man leading them. Besides, he was disguised. In any case, he was very likely a tough figure too, since the brawny young man was voluntarily standing behind him. She suddenly regretted accepting Shuai Kaianhu's invitation too soon. She looked around and considered how she could escape when the battle broke out. Maybe, should I take the chance to stab them in the back? But then she soon noticed the guy standing peacefully in front of the shivering trio from the Lulen family. It was none other than Su Ping. That little Star State guy. Why is he so calm? Wanyan Shuang was shocked. She didn't see any panic on the young man's face. Instead, he was smiling, as if delighted by Shuai Kaianhu's madness. What is wrong with those two? Or maybe, did they have trump cards she wasn't aware of? Wanyan Shuang felt shocked all of a sudden and thought of something. The celestial expert's treasure. Was the treasure giving them courage? The more she thought about it, the more likely she believed it was so. Nobody knew what their master had left for them, but given his preparations for the legacy, it would certainly be extraordinary. Roars were currently echoing in the sky. More and more members of the alliance were shouting, vowing to kill Shuai Kaianhu and the others to seize their tokens and treasures. The red-robed young man leading the group chuckled and said, "Looks like you'll have to die." Shuai Kaianhu glanced at him casually, "And you are?" The red-robed guy smiled and waved his hand, "Kill them." His short reply was his response to Shuai Kaianhu's question. Auras burst out and filled up the sky in the next moment. All those star lords fused with their pets, but didn't charge directly. However, a person standing behind the red-robed young man moved forward, and then a strange force field akin to a thundercloud manifested above Su Ping and his teammates. All the attackers released their energy and sent it to the special force field, hopping to suppress and kill Su Ping and the others with laws and energy. All of them were geniuses from various organizations. They were scared of the ultimate treasure that Su Ping carried. Shuai Kaianhu raised his head, then flashed a smile before he said, "Shatter." Bang, 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 bang. Members of the alliance exploded in an instant. Just like fireworks, they burst into blood pulps. Sharp and chaotic power of space emerged from deeper spaces. Like bloodthirsty sharks that had found a blood scent, ancient whispers were echoing. Many of the weaker people started to scream as their minds broke. Even more people were driven mad and exploded. As for most of the casualties, they were simply penetrated by the power of space. The perfect path of space enabled Shuai Kaianhu to tap into power from the 7th space, even though he was just a star lord. Outnumbered, it meant nothing when dealing with the path of space. It went on, one scream after the other. It was truly blood-curdling. Wanyan Shuang's pupils contracted as she watched. She had seen that Shuai Kaianhu had attained a perfect path of space, but she didn't know it was that powerful. That was a sampling of how terrifying a perfect path was. It was much more powerful than a simple mastery. The collision of laws alone was enough to crush thousands of enemies. 100 warriors who had surrounded them were killed by Shuai Kaianhu with a single attack. The brawny young man was staring coldly at Shuai Kaianhu. He and his 4 partners didn't stop for a moment, as if happy to see what Shuai Kaianhu was doing. After all, those grunts were bound to be eliminated. It mattered not whether they were killed by the latter or someone else. "Help! Help us, aren't we allies?" Those who were struggling to hold on roared in fury and shock, seeing that their leaders remained unconcerned. However, most people chose to stay still. Besides the red-robed leader and his partners, many others resisted Shuai Kaianhu's attack calmly. They didn't lift a hand to help their allies either. They were indeed part of an alliance, but that didn't mean that they would readily help each other. Run. More and more people chose to run instead of becoming cannon fodder for the Alliance. It was better to hide elsewhere. Maybe they would be able to pick up something in the end. For more, visit all. Chapter 1092, Clearance. Even if they survive, they'll just be losers unqualified to go to the central continent without the tokens. Someone smiled casually as they looked at the running allies. Had it not been for that rule, they wouldn't have minded killing all deserters because of their betrayal. But first things first, their primary target was getting the tokens. 100 people are able to resist the power of the sixth space. Yu Jings and the others watched their opponents. Most had escaped, while 100 of them stayed. Those who had fled survived the attack, but none dared to linger for long. As for the rest, they had been killed directly. It only took 10 seconds for a huge number of opponents to disappear, and just 100 chose to remain. It was an indicator. The 100 men could briefly stay in the seventh space. The seventh space was traversed by ascendants and above, as it contained unknown dangers, some of which had been buried for so long that they were threats even to ascendants themselves. Undoubtedly, the ones who remained were outstanding Star Lords from their respective forces. All of them are usually hard to find. To think they would be here, Diaz looked awful. He realized that he was only subpar among the participants of the trial. Lulen Lin was probably within the average range. As for Su Ping, he was probably above average. Shui Qianhu, a Star Lord who had grasped perfect paths, was undoubtedly at the very top. Shui Qianhu stared at the red-robed young man and the others before him, who remained motionless. However, the profound laws they harnessed were resisting the space power invasive attack. Those 5 experts had undoubtedly grasped perfect paths. But he didn't expect to really hurt them with that single attack. He had only used it to clear the area. The clearing had yet to be finished. Void flames. Shui Qianhu raised his hand again. Scorching flames abruptly burst out of the void. They burned furiously and covered the entire sky. The world seemed to have turned into a furnace, about to melt everybody. They had grasped the fire law and therefore didn't require oxygen. They spread it in space while able to melt all the other laws. It was the second perfect path he knew. What the hell is this? The path of fire. It's the perfect path of fire. The formerly calm warriors who had remained were frightened at the moment. Only part of the seventh space had been replaced with a part of the outside world. All the victims had been killed by the seventh space itself. But then Shui Qianhu started getting serious. He made use of his space power and the path of fire, making it 10 times more damaging. Those who had been merely defending themselves with laws and secret treasures met their end. Their treasures were melted and their laws were broken. The flames were so fierce that they couldn't use anything to block them. The scorching power melted their senses, astral power and laws. Help us. Oh no, some screamed and others moaned. Just like the previous victims, they had let out miserable cries and begged for help. Even more people chose to flee from the area. The enemy was much stronger than what they had imagined. It mattered not whether or not they were in an alliance. Besides, their alliance wasn't real to begin with. Dozens more collapsed in the flames. Even more people tried their best, using their secret treasures, forbidden skills, and other trump cards to escape from the fire. Only 20 people stayed. Roughly 5 of them were struggling to resist. Some had been deformed, turned into ghastly monsters. They seemed to be using a special ancient technique which granted them an enormous power. However, the power couldn't reverse the invasion of the perfect path of fire. The red-robed young man and the others stood still and ignored the screams. The brawny young man had a cold look. He was seemingly unaware but also having expected something of the sort. While standing behind Shui Qianhu Lulen Lin, Yu Jings and the others were in shock. Most of the people who had surrounded them were eliminated. No wonder Shui Qianhu didn't panic at all. He even provoked the survivors. It was true that he was showing mercy by letting them join his team. Wanyan Shuang, however, frowned. She knew Shui Kaienhu too well to be shocked. What worried her was that, even though many people had been eliminated, only the real bad eyes remained. Some of them were probably just as strong as Shui Kaienhu. Void flames. Shui Kaienhu waved his hand coldly. A purple blossom of flames was suddenly gathered in the void, then flew towards the survivors. Purple flames splashed out from the flower of fire, then flying at their enemies like lotus flowers. The red-robed young man stared at the scene, completely unconcerned about the situation. He remarked casually, "It's time." Behind him, the brawny young man who had spoken to Shui Kaienhu grinned and replied, "Let me try him out for size again." He stepped up and roared loudly. The void trembled and a terrifying sound blast resounded. It wasn't a simple sonic wave. Even so, it contained a special frequency. It was a law. Shock. There were some people hiding due to shock who didn't flee to a far place. He had chosen to stay around and get the loot. He was ready to pick up the loot, but then he widened their eyes with fear. Oh, the next moment, their heads exploded. The sonic waves destroyed the purple flames. Yu Jing's and the others, who were behind Shui Kaienhu, quickly changed their expressions and merged with their pets, changing the laws around them. Any substance and energy approaching them would be turned to ice if they set up that law. Lulen Lin and the others reacted in time and set up other laws quickly, hopping to weaken the terrifying blast. The law of shock was quickly disseminated along with the sonic waves. Yu Jing's and the others changed their expressions, and then vomited blood. They stepped back. Alina even grunted as she was flung back. All her facial organs were bleeding, making her pretty face look rather ghastly. Wanyan Shuang had a cold demeanor. The law that surrounded her resisted the law of shock. She wasn't the main target anyway, and she resolved the attack without a sound. She turned her head, only to find that a certain man in another direction had remained still. It was none other than Su Ping. The law of shock, however, disappeared without a sound, right when it approached Su Ping. It seemed to have collapsed on its own. Su Ping was standing in front of the Lulens participating in the trial. They were completely unscathed. They also heard the sonic waves, but no one had been injured. Wanyan Shuang narrowed her eyes. It was true that, even though the guy who easily killed Yiling was only in the star state, he wasn't at all simple. Mr. Su. The Lulen family members could not endure any more shocks, but then they saw that Shen Huang's other disciples, including Yu Jing's, were looking rather miserable and injured. They looked at Su Ping, realizing he had resisted the shock on their behalf. Lulen Lin secretly gritted her teeth, while her face showed a troubled expression. Further ahead, Shui Kaienhu was unaffected. He was already fighting the brawny young man. The torn flower of fire healed quickly. Then, purple flames were spread through veins that couldn't be seen in the void. They seemed to be tying up the brawny young man. "Cut!" the brawny young man roared. That was the path of breaking, a second perfect path he had grasped. The path of breaking consisted of sharpness traits, invasion, ruination, and the others. It was only less destructive than the ultimate law of destruction. The law of destruction consisted of only one feature, which was destruction itself. It was capable of obliterating everything, including itself. There was a boom, which was not a real sound. It was the rupture of laws that were only audible through the mind. The spreading purple veins and flames were blocked. The brawny young man sneered. A dragon that looked like a scorpion and a dragon arose on his back and entered his body. His body was instantly expanded, and he grew sharp scales as he charged at Shui Kaienhu. Shui Kaienhu was indifferent. He was surrounded by laws. The path of fire entered the void and combined with space, turning into sharp, purple fiery spears that stabbed the brawny man. A giant axe showed up in the brawny man's hand. It contained terrifying laws and was a powerful Star Lord, a treasure that innately carried multiple laws. It contained multiple features. It was quite destructive and multi-purpose. Su Ping gathered the path of breaking on the axe and waved it quickly, destroying the purple fiery spears. A Shui Kaienhu condensed a long spear in his hand upon seeing that. He tore the void apart and fought the guy. Space itself changed quickly. They soon fought all the way into the deeper spaces. Noises originated from the void every now and then, as if a deeper space was being apart. Everybody waited anxiously, and despair rose. Only one of the opponents had already kept Shuai Kaianhu occupied. Even though Shuai Kaianhu was indeed strong, he would have been unable to quickly finish off that opponent, which meant that his teammates were in great danger. The battle continued. Shuai Kaianhu and the brawny man were nowhere to be seen. Even after several minutes passed, only the noises could be heard. Facing them, the red-robed young man withdrew his gaze and chuckled. It seems that they're trying to break the tie. What about you? Shen Huang must have left important information for you, right? Tell me. I may reconsider sparing your lives for your master's sake. One Yu Jing's and the others had awful-looking expressions and unconsciously glanced at Su Ping. The latter was carrying the ultimate treasure. They could only hope that the treasure could beat those opponents. It would be impossible for their opponents to let them leave. Huh. The red-robed young man and his companions were surprised, seeing that everybody was looking at a star-state individual. Soon after, a person whispered something to them, and all of them seemed to have been enlightened. Chapter 1093, Su Ping's Action. So, you were the champion of the last Universe Geniuses contest, the Fate State warrior who condensed a small world. That's quite rare. Yes. He's already able to fend off Kepaf's attack easily, even though he's merely in the star state. He can probably catch up with us in 1,000 years. Everybody glanced at Su Ping with great interest. Not all of them had been training in seclusion all year round. Some of them had been active and had recognized Su Ping. The rest of Shen Huang's disciples had been injured by the previous blast, while Su Ping and the members of the Lulen family he protected emerged unscathed. It was certainly unusual. Lulen Lin and the others became nervous as they heard their discussion. Shuai Kaianhu, their stronger ally, was not present at the moment. There were a dozen enemies who were even stronger. In particular, the red-robed young man and his companions seemed to be as strong as the brawny man Kepaf. Everybody had fixed their eyes upon Su Ping. Their sole hope at the moment was that Shen Huang's ultimate treasure could rescue them from their plight. That guy is truly shrewd. Su Ping glanced at the void for a moment, then looked away. He heaved a sigh. Shuai Kaianhu was a terrible actor. The man could have finished off his opponents easily, but he preferred to get rid of the liabilities through them. The liabilities were, naturally, Daya's and the rest of them. Even if they were all Shen Huang's disciples, they were only there to fill up the openings. Shuai Kaianhu had just joined them and was determined to get the legacy. He didn't care about their lives at all. He probably would have killed them himself. He refrained from doing so out of respect for his master. Su Ping looked at the red-robed young man and said helplessly, "I have a proposal." The red-robed young man raised his eyebrows. "I'm all ears." "There aren't many people left here. We're all elites. There's no need for us to fight each other. We can all go to the central continent together. What do you think?" asked Su Ping. Yu Jing's and the others were stunned. Then they looked at their opponents nervously. That was indeed a reasonable proposal. Only 30 people in total remained. There were only 10 tokens, but the other 20 people could be transported in small worlds. In fact, even if none of the candidates was eliminated, they could have been accommodated in one small world by someone who had a token. After all, every small world was vast. Even the small world of a normal Star Lord could easily accommodate hundreds of thousands of people. They had been eliminating each other because they didn't want to catch the attention of other candidates when they entered the central continent. Furthermore, if they split up by then, all would become competitors, so it was better to just eliminate them in advance. It would be hilarious if any of the weaklings picked up the legacy due to luck. "You think we should go together?" The red-robed young man raised his eyebrows and chuckled. "Indeed, those who remain are elites, but some of you aren't even capable of resisting the aftershock of Kepaf's attack. You're too weak for Shen Huang's disciples." Yu Jing's, Diaz and the others wore contorted expressions after that statement. They felt depressed and frustrated. Indeed, they were injured because of the law's aftershock. They probably would have exploded like the rest of the victims if they were selected as targets. They had been hoping to pass the first test with the items their master had given them. Passing the second test with their willpower was possible willpower and their treasures. As for the third test, its content was still unknown, but it seemed to be the last test where one had to rely on oneself. Unfortunately, the very first test of the trial had proved to be considerably difficult. All of them were geniuses who could dominate dozens of galaxies in the outside world, and yet they were simply vulnerable. Diaz looked miserable. It was but until that moment when he finally realized how wide the gap between him and Su Ping was. He was injured, while Su Ping was absolutely fine. The guy had even protected 3 representatives of the Lulan family. Junior brother Su. Yu Jing's looked at Su Ping with an ever-changing expression. Su Ping was undoubtedly qualified to compete for the key in the central continent. As for them, they would probably hold Su Ping back if they chose to continue. But they were unwilling to quit, not when the legacy awaited them. They had to fight for it, even if the chances were slim. Junior brother Su, can the ultimate treasure finish them off? Alina asked Su Ping. She wore a troubled expression while gritting her teeth, unwilling to quit just yet. Su Ping glanced at Alina and slightly shook his head. The ultimate treasure was for the tougher guys. How could it be used that soon? Alina's face became grave after seeing his head shake. She didn't know whether or not the ultimate treasure could save them, but Su Ping's gesture was a clear no. Maybe his junior brother saw them as a liability too. After all, they were also his competitors for the legacy. Alina was gloomy. She didn't really blame Su Ping as his decision was understandable. It was her feeling out of sorts. Please, for my sake or for my master's sake, let's postpone the discussion until junior brother Kyan who finishes the battle, shall we? Asked Su Ping again. Hope surfaced in the eyes of Yu Jing's and the others. Their eyes were locked on their opponents. For your sake. The red-robed young man wore a weird expression. Someone even chuckled. Sorry, even Shen Huang is nothing compared to the true God's legacy, said the red-robed young man, without any room for ambiguity. I'll give you a chance to reveal the intelligence related to the ultimate treasure. If you do that, I'll allow you to join us. If not, all of you will be buried here forever. Su Ping frowned, so no negotiation. On the count of 3, said the red-robed young man curtly. Aren't you afraid that I'll take you down with me using the ultimate treasure? Asked Su Ping curiously. The red-robed leader narrowed his eyes. The expressions of his companions became solemn. In fact, they were clearly worried. The ultimate treasure left by Shen Huang was unknown. Most importantly, Su Ping was behaving all too casually. How could he be that daring without a trump card? We'll have to find out how powerful it is, said the red-robed young man casually as he stared at Su Ping. We have to get the ultimate treasure. We would be at a disadvantage against those who have one. His reasoning changed the minds of the people with second thoughts. Indeed, some of them considered compromising and going to the central continent with Su Ping. Still, just as their leader had said, they would be at a disadvantage on the central continent if they didn't have the ultimate treasure. The circumstances could be even more unfavorable. Someone stood out and said coldly, "Surrender the treasure and your lives shall be spared. You don't want to get yourself killed." Yu Jing's and the others, however, gathered around Su Ping. What the latter had said gave them some hope. Jiang Si whispered, "Junior brother Su, just fight them with the ultimate treasure." "They won't let us go. Let's march out," said Yu Jing's. Diaz wore a troubled, yet silent expression. While ignoring those 2 seniors who had spoken, Su Ping said to Wanyan Shuang, "Can you take care of those 3 friends for me?" Huh. Wanyan Shuang was stunned, not expecting Su Ping to interact with her. She had a strange feeling when she saw Su Ping's eyes, which were absolutely tranquil. The man wasn't just confident, he was casual as if nothing dangerous happened. "I'll try," replied Wanyan Shuang, not making any promises. She was still considering whether to stab them in the back and join the other side or not. Su Ping nodded and then patted Daya's shoulder. "Take care of yourself." Diaz felt surprised. He looked at Su Ping. Then he saw the latter step forward, towards the red-robed young man and his companions. One step after the other. Su Ping walked very casually. His every step was exactly of the same length. "Huh." The red-robed young man and all the others became gloomy after seeing Su Ping's advance. It had become clear that he was determined to fight them. The young leader gave an instruction with a cold voice: "Finish him off." He didn't attack in person, as Su Ping's boldness suggested that he was very likely carrying the ultimate treasure. The others thought of that too. None of them was willing to be the first to test how powerful the treasure was. The red-robed leader frowned, then pointed at two men who had resisted Shuai Qianhu's void flames earlier. "You too, finish him off. He's barely in the star state. What are you afraid of?" The two of them instantly wore conflicting expressions. "He's a mere star state warrior. Then, why aren't you not fighting for him? His cultivation is low, and yet he was too bold, so he's definitely carrying the ultimate treasure." "I'll kill you first if you don't go." The red-robed young man stared at him with intimidating eyes, as if he were going to fulfill his threat immediately. The two companions wore extremely awful expressions. They had witnessed the young man's combat ability and knew they couldn't possibly fight him. They were caught in a dilemma. They gritted their teeth and charged at Su Ping in the end. Boom! They unleashed their strength. Their pets emerged, riding behind their backs, quickly fusing with them, making them significantly stronger than before. They looked at each other, then marched towards Su Ping from two directions. They had each released the secret skills they knew before they approached. A strange lightning bolt darted forth. It was a mixture from the laws of lightning and chaos. It was the chaotic lightning. That was an ancient technique seemingly forgotten for a long time, until it was used again. On the other side, a dark crescent blade was sweeping enemies from the other place. Even though it wasn't perfect, it was a combination of multiple laws, upon which the complex features and shocking damage were manifested. Neither of them had grasped a perfect path, but they were so familiar with their laws that they were able to resist attacks derived from perfect paths. For more, visit all. Chapter 1094, Execution. Mr. Su. Both Lulan Ju and Lulan Hai changed their expressions upon seeing the incoming attacks. They were as powerful as those of the top 3-star lords on the Divine Lord rank. Everybody narrowed their eyes as they waited to witness the power of the ultimate treasure. Su Ping, however, didn't do anything. He simply continued his peaceful walk as the attacks reached him. Disappear. The thunderous, powerful techniques vanished upon reaching a 10-meter distance from Su Ping, just like flames falling into the sea. They were extinguished. All the people present was stunned. "Is it a law?" The red-robed young man frowned and became solemn. He saw a special law around Su Ping, which had undoubtedly suppressed all the attacks. However, he had never seen laws like that one. Did the man create the law by himself? He discarded the thought as soon as it occurred to him, since it was absolutely impossible. It was impossible for someone in the star state to create their own law. "It's a very special law. Did some heavenly lord teach him?" someone asked in confusion. Some ascendants would create their own laws, ones that didn't exist in their universe. Everyone else would have to experience them in battle to know them. However, understanding those laws could be very risky. They could influence the learner and even bring about special connections. Connections weren't good things. It was a disturbance that could make it harder for them to reach the ascendant state. Why did the understanding of laws from their universe not cause such connections? That was a question which many famous schools in the universe asked in their admission exams. It was because humans and the universe were always connected. The universe was so vast that its potential disturbance on the lives of each individual was insignificant. In fact, even consciousness and lives themselves were caused by disturbances of the universe. To put it simply, being one's own master was an illusion. All lives, their everything, including their thoughts and minds, were created in the environment known as the universe. In any case, Su Ping was able to use the law to resist the attacks easily, which proved a lot of things. It had to be noted that the chaotic lightning contained the supreme law of chaos. What kind of law could compare to the supreme law? That is, unless Su Ping's understanding of the law was deeper, or maybe even perfect. He's barely in the star state, yet he grasped a perfect path. The two attackers were also shocked. They didn't consider Su Ping as a big deal and were only scared of the ultimate treasure he was carrying. However, their attacks didn't force him to use it. They glanced at each other and gritted their teeth. Conversely, they would have to use their trump cards. There was a boom. Astral power and divine light surged from their bodies. That was the divine power that the forces behind them had gathered for them. It was much more powerful than astral power. Once they were boosted by the divine power, both of them used their ultimate techniques, chaotic. Lightning was instantly gathered once more in the void. This time, however, the lightning wasn't shot out. It gradually morphed into a bow. Some lightning bolts slithered and quickly gathered to create a golden arrow. On the other side, the young man who had mastered traits of multiple laws also gathered a black ball that looked like a collapsed black hole, drawing a terrifying force of attraction and destruction. It was a rampant and disorderly power of law, almost as ravaging as the law of destruction. Su Ping stopped and raised his head, as if oblivious about the two attackers until that very moment. He glanced at the red-robed young man and shook his head. What a boring test. Bang! The void trembled. Both attackers immediately released their moves, taking advantage of the weakness Su Ping had exposed while talking. The golden chaos arrow, which contained infinite destructive power, was released, shattering space. It approached instantly, going at the fastest speed possible inside the sixth space. On the other hand, the dark ball almost arrived at the same time, leaving a black trajectory. But then a shocking scene took place. Su Ping didn't budge to avoid the two terrifying techniques. They seemed ready to shatter the world. The arrow was rushing toward his head. It reached the area within 10 meters of him, but then it was stuck in a point found a few inches from his forehead, unable to press further. The brilliance of laws at the front of the arrow began to disperse, as if infinite power were being unleashed. Even the air had been compressed into an arc, like a rocket, but it couldn't proceed any further. The destructive black sphere attacked Su Ping's back, but ended up stuck as well. Fierce flames appeared out of nowhere. They were fierce, explosive, and crazy. It seemed as if the fire would consume the world. The arrowhead began to burn all of a sudden, and the dark ball was surrounded by flames too. The black ball turned into a fireball. The golden arrow had turned into a fiery arrow. Those weren't real flames. It was a law-based fire. It was the perfect path of fire. Everyone was shocked. The Star State guy has in fact mastered a perfect path. The two attackers were the most shocked of all. Shock immediately turned into excruciating pain, as if their blood were burning. The flames consumed Su Ping, making him look like a god basking in fire. In the next moment, both the fire and Su Ping disappeared. "Oh no!" someone exclaimed. Up in the sky, Su Ping appeared in front of one of them like a ghost. He extended a finger and touched a forehead. The man in question looked back in shock. Fire burst out after a boom sound. The young man's body was like an exploding oil tank. He was shrouded in flames. The flames couldn't be extinguished, even if sent to a place 10,000 meters below the sea surface. They would only dry the ocean in an instant. That was the law of fire. The scream echoed in the sky, making a lot of people gasp hard. Su Ping disappeared again, reappearing next to the other young man. The young man had reacted the moment he saw his partner die. He ran to the red-robed young man in panic, then tore space open around him. so that Su Ping couldn't flash to him. However, Su Ping still appeared like a ghost. He could use Void Walker and create a road with the power of space he borrowed elsewhere. No! He pressed his finger, ending the rest of the young man's begging. Another scream burst out. 2 seconds passed and his voice became hoarse. His vocal cords seemed to have been burnt. He wailed like a beast and then fell quiet. His body fell, but it was entirely consumed before it hit the ground. There weren't any bones or ashes left. It was impossible to bring him back to life with the law of vitality or any other life-saving law. The path of fire would burn all laws. Su Ping glanced at the red-robed young man and the others. He didn't stop this time. He dashed forward, determined to finish the battle as soon as possible. He preferred not to waste any more time since there was no more room for negotiations. All of them had to die. The deaths of the 2 young men left the red-robed leader and his companions gloomy. They were shocked by Su Ping's strength and scared due to a sudden realization. The remaining cannon fodder who had yet to grasp a perfect path would probably be unable to force Su Ping to use the ultimate treasure. However, it was a miracle even for Star Lords to grasp a perfect path. Very few of the ones present had grasped a perfect path. Those who did were qualified to go to the central continent, as they were rare, veritable geniuses. Any of them could easily crush the top position holder of the Divine Lord rank. Most of them had stopped competing for that recognition. After all, they would have to at least fight someone every 3,000 years to remain in the listings. The pursuit of perfect paths would entail secluded training. Every session would take a long time. They couldn't be distracted by anything, and staying at the top of the list was no longer interesting for them. "Go finish him off," said the young leader with a gloomy tone. He was speaking to his 3 companions. Nobody except that trio would pose a real threat to Su Ping in that place. Their expressions changed a bit, but no one said a thing. They knew that the only solution was to kill Su Ping and get the ultimate treasure. Reconciliation. Even if Su Ping agreed to that, he would still be holding the ultimate treasure. They would still surely be abandoned if they went to the central continent without the treasure. He's just a Star State warrior anyway. I'll have him know that life is much more precious than death. Those celestial experts are just a bunch of cunning guys. It's not a fair competition at all. A young man stepped up, pride shining in his eyes. He began to despise the 12 Celestials since he entered the trial. They stood at the top of the universe and talked about ethics and morals all the time, but they forgot all about the dignity of their status when faced by temptation. Nobody should ever take the fairness they proclaimed seriously. Die. Dazzling lightning emerged. It was the perfect path of lightning. An infinite number of lightning bolts were slithering in the void above the man's head, turning the area in a radius of several kilometers into a lightning hell. His long hair fluttered. It seemed that each of his hairs carried the nature of lightning. He radiated the brilliance of lightning. His muscles were as beautiful as those on a statue. A divine sword appeared in his hand. A beast that looked like a giant spider showed up right behind him. The deep purple eyes on the beast's forehead could have stunned and toppled a dragon. The beast fused with him. Purple eyes instantly grew on his forehead. After a boom, the young man stepped on the lightning and charged at Su Ping ruthlessly with his sword. Lightning made way like seawater wherever he passed. He was like the god of lightning. Fierce flames versus violent lightning. 2 different perfect laws glowed in the sky. The entire sky was illuminated with their collision, and the most unbelievable scene was depicted. The magnificent young man's sword was broken, and his lightning was destroyed. He was cut into halves. For more, visit all. Chapter 1095, Meltdown. They had expected a fierce collision, but the battle had quickly reached an end. Yu Jing's, Wanyan Shuang, Lulen Lin and the others were still shocked because of the perfect path that Su Ping had mastered. All of them received a second shock with the last clash, feeling that their heads had exploded. On the other hand, the red-robed young man and his companions changed their expressions. "How was that possible?" someone exclaimed in shock. That young man was as strong as Kepaf, who was fighting Shuai Kaianhu at the moment. Both had once been famous Star Lords tens of thousands of years in the past. Still, he had been executed the moment he met Su Ping. The gap between them shouldn't have been as vast. Besides, Su Ping was just in the star state. The perfect supreme law of chaos. The red-robed leader's mood became awful and gloomy. The others had not seen the whole thing, but he did. Su Ping had mastered not one, but two perfect paths. One of them was even a supreme law. It was unbelievable. Supreme laws were usually 100 times more difficult to attain than normal laws. That was not an exaggeration. Most normal Star Lords of the universe would grasp plenty of common laws, such as wind, fire, lightning, and the like. But it was very difficult to master the supreme laws, such as time, chaos, and vitality. No more than one Star Lord in 100 could understand a supreme law. Full comprehension would be enough to rise all the way to the Divine Lord, ranks top 3, if not the very top. Perfect understanding was challenging on a different level. Master said that it's possible to grasp a perfect path in the star state. I didn't know it could really happen. Aside from junior brother Shuai Kaianhu, junior brother Su has. Even Master was unaware of this, right? Yu Jing's, Jiangxi and the others were absolutely shocked. They had thought that their master was purposefully giving them a hard time, and that only geniuses like Shuai Kaianhu could accomplish his assignments. They didn't realize that Su Ping would also be capable of such feats. Furthermore, he had accomplished it in an even shorter time. They all knew that it had been only a few years since Su Ping participated in the contest, and that he could have only cultivated for a couple of decades at most. Diaz was too shocked for words. He remembered participating in the contest along with Su Ping and being left in the dust by him. The gap between them was getting wider and wider. He had one of the best constitutions of the universe, which meant that he would be able to easily grasp the path of reincarnation as soon as he reached his full potential, all the way to a perfect attainment. His elite constitution had given him a perfect path since birth. All he needed to do was activate it. However, he had only been able to fully master the law of reincarnation. He was still far from perfection at the moment. He had thought that he would reach perfection sooner and surpass Su Ping. As it turned out, Su Ping had completely left him behind. Two paths. Wanyan Shuang had finally realized why Su Ping was so calm. That Star State guy was the other monster that had been hiding in the team. He was even more talented than Shuai Kaianhu. Shuai Kaianhu had grasped a perfect path within a span of 3,000 years. He also reached the top of the Divine Lord rank, even though he had only been a Star State warrior back then, shocking the universe. Su Ping had just achieved the same thing, and was even more remarkable. It's likely that nothing is worth taking the risk for him, except for the true God's legacy. He only needs to cultivate and reach the ascendant state. He will surely become a top heavenly lord by then. It's very likely that he'll rise to the celestial state on his own, Wanyan Shuang thought. Up in the sky, Su Ping didn't pause after dealing with the lightning young man. He immediately marched forth to clash with the red-robed young man. Whoosh! He moved very fast and appeared next to a young man at the edge of the group. The young man was frightened to see Su Ping's face. He quickly released plenty of laws and said in panic, "Don't kill me, I'm out." Bang! Su Ping gathered the flames to form a sword and slash out. "You're out. It's too late." Besides, even if he said that, it might be a ruse. He could return if the chance arose. The fire straight off burned and cut off the laws around the young man. The young man's body was set ablaze in the next moment. Su Ping didn't stop there. He moved towards another guy. The dozen survivors left were looking at Su Ping with fright. The young man that Su Ping had just killed was the actual first place of the Divine Lord rank. However, he had been utterly helpless in front of Su Ping, who had only stood out in recent years. Whoosh! Su Ping dashed onward to attack a woman. "Don't kill me. I'm willing to stay here until the end of the trial." The woman fled in panic. She had thought that Shu Ikayanhu, the only tricky opponent in her eyes, was already being held back. Little did she know that an even more horrifying monster was hiding there. Su Ping raised his eyebrows upon seeing her face and stopped attacking. He turned around and looked for another target. Su Ping had seen the woman on the Divine Lord rank. She was the 10th place holder. She had practiced with Su Ping a lot of times during the challenges, and he benefited a lot from sparring with her. He spared her life and returned the favor. The woman was stunned to see Su Ping disappear. She then shivered after hearing screams, then watched Su Ping hunting others, wondering why he had spared her. The others had begged for mercy too, but they were all killed without exception. She could not figure it out. She even thought that it had been all thanks to her excessive beauty. In any case, she no longer dared to stay. The best geniuses of the universe had gathered in a slaughterhouse. Even the first place of the Divine Lord rank had been killed. That was just one of the 12 continents. The dozen people around the red-robed young man started to flee in panic as Su Ping went on hunting. Their alliance was already a joke at that moment. The intimidating 300-strong alliance had been reduced to just the red-robed leader and his companions. Su Ping watched the others flee after killing 5 people in a row, not bothering to give chase. He looked at the red-robed young man and the 2 men next to him. The red-robed leader was visibly angry, quite unlike his former serene attitude. His eyes twitched every time Su Ping killed someone. Their screams were like slaps on his face. This time he really wanted to stop Su Ping, but he didn't dare to. Su Ping had the ultimate treasure he had to stay wary of. If Su Ping used it while drawing his full strength, the strike would be too powerful. His companions looked awful. The young man harnessing lighting who had fought earlier was as strong as them, but Su Ping had killed him instantly. Their ending wouldn't be very good even if they were prepared. Only the 3 of you are left now. Su Ping stopped and looked down at them. The red-robed young man discarded his frustration and said calmly, "You've mastered the perfect laws of chaos and fire. Given your star state cultivating, you will certainly be remembered by history." Su Ping stared at him quietly. "I'll retract what I said. We're willing to join your team." The red-robed young man raised his head and stared at Su Ping. Yu Jing's and the others behind Su Ping felt relieved after hearing the offer. It was great that those people were giving in. Su Ping smiled and said, "I retract what I said too." The red-robed young man also felt relieved. He said, "In that case, we only want 3 tokens instead of the ultimate treasure." Before he could finish, Su Ping had already started shaking his head. "You're mistaken. I meant that I'm taking back my invitation," said Su Ping. The red-robed leader's face stiffened. Yu Jing's and the others also changed their expressions, not expecting him to be that tough. Was he that confident of killing them? But their leader had yet to make a move. No one knew what trump cards he could have. However, he was undoubtedly stronger than the others who mastered perfect paths. Instead of a win-win, you want a lose-lose. The red-robed young man stared at Su Ping coldly. He knew that pleading wouldn't help. People like them rarely changed their minds once decisions were made. Su Ping shook his head. "Only one of us will lose. Don't overestimate yourself." The red-robed young man laughed out of anger. "You think you're the only one who has mastered ultimate perfect laws. I would have gladly tried your other trump cards if it weren't for the ultimate treasure." "There's nothing. I don't have any more trump cards," said Su Ping. The red-robed young man was stunned for a moment. He then glared at Su Ping. "Do you honestly expect me to believe what you're saying?" Su Ping, however, ignored him. As far as he was concerned, the guy was already a dead man that he shouldn't waste his time on. He looked in a certain direction within the deeper spaces, then said, "Aren't you tired of watching? Time to clean up the mess. He's yours, the other 2 are mine." Both Yu Jing's and Lulan Lin were stunned by what he said. Then they heard a noise coming from the void. In the next moment, a person stepped out with a muscular man in tow. It was none other than Kepaf, who had been fighting against Shu Ikayanhu. Kepaf was at the moment being handled like a dead dog. They had been fighting evenly in the deeper spaces. But then, Kepaf realized that Shuai Kaianhu changed after Su Ping called out to his junior. Then he was reduced to such a miserable state. "Run for your life," Kepaf struggled to say. Shuai Kaianhu smiled and unleashed laws in his hand. Then, Kepaf's head exploded. He casually threw the body away toward Yu Jing's and the others, making them unconsciously step back. "Senior brother Su, you've been hiding yourself really well, haven't you?" Shuai Kaianhu narrowed his eyes and smiled, with a strange light in his eyes. If he hadn't observed the battle, he would have never expected that the senior brother he had never truly respected was actually a really gifted individual. Did their master know that? If they had, he probably wouldn't have sent Su Ping to that trial. For more, visit all. Chapter 1096, The Last Man. Die. The red-robed young man changed his expression upon seeing Kepaf dead, but it was pointless to say anything else. He was the first to march towards Shuai Kaianhu. He inferred that Su Ping was very likely carrying the ultimate treasure. It wasn't only because of Su Ping's confidence, but also because Shuai Kaianhu had shown the 7 tokens. Su Ping was too talented and strong to give away the ultimate treasure and tokens to others. He certainly didn't think he would do that if he were Su Ping. Even if the others were his senior brothers and sisters, so what? Not even one's own parents could be trusted when dealing with the true god's legacy. The moment he attacked, the red-robed young man said to his companions telepathically, "Just stall him." He believed that they wouldn't escape unless they were willing to give up the opportunity to get the legacy. Begging would also mean death. That was the only chance to fight. Indeed, they weren't going to run for their lives. They simply approached Su Ping, more solemn and grave than before. They wanted to stall Su Ping, and then wait until the red-robed young man finished off Shuai Kaianhu, all to join hands and slay Su Ping afterwards. "You're sure that I'm not carrying the ultimate treasure?" Shuai Kaianhu realized what the red-robed leader was up to. He heaved a sigh. His earlier scheme was too short for him to figure out what Su Ping was capable of. Otherwise, he wouldn't have agreed to leave the ultimate treasure to Su Ping. To be honest, he didn't really want to fight the guy. He wanted the latter to fight with Su Ping, so that he could see more of this senior brother's capabilities. However, the red-robed young man was already charging at him, exactly as Su Ping planned, so he could only act and take care of the man. Bang! Space was twisted like a muddy swamp that consumed the red-robed leader. The two of them quickly disappeared as they went into deeper spaces. This time, they went all the way to the 7th space. Shuai Kaianhu believed it was impossible for Su Ping to detect anything if he fought there. After all, it was a domain for ascendants and above. He wouldn't have dared to go there without the perfect path of space. His choice was intended to prevent Su Ping from seeing his trump cards, and to slay his opponent while taking advantage of that deep space. What a petty man! Su Ping raised his brows and shook his head as he watched Shuai Kaianhu disappear. He looked at the other 2 opponents and thought for a moment. He then said, "Let's have a chat." A chat? The proposal stunned them. The 2 glanced at each other, unsure of Su Ping's intentions. "TM tired from the previous battle. Let me take a rest," said Su Ping. The 2 men. "Tired? Do you even look tired? Besides, if the battle were truly exhausting, why didn't you merge with your pets? You're not even using your pets. It's obvious that you're not trying your best." The 2 of them grumbled, but what Su Ping said was exactly what they wanted. Their purpose was to hold Su Ping back until the red-robed young man finished with his battle. "All right, let's chat." One of them accepted the invitation, only to find that Su Ping was picking his ears, obviously not interested in talking to him. "You proposed a chat, and now you're not interested in talking." Su Ping gazed into the void and thought for a moment, before he said to the 2 guys, "Why don't you wait here while I get some oranges?" They were stunned again. "Get some oranges? Never mind, you might not be obedient. I should just finish you off and then help him," Su Ping mumbled to himself. He didn't want to miss the opportunity of observing Shuai Kaianhu's combat ability and trump cards. Their faces quickly showed anger after hearing what Su Ping said. Is he messing with us? Or is he simply a psycho? He first wanted to talk, then get oranges and then finish use off. What exactly does he want? Die. Both resorted to action because of anger, going all out. They even thought they had been tricked. Su Ping gathered fiery blades of laws in his hand. He moved with Sun Chaser and Void Walker, disappearing like a ghost. Nobody was able to detect him. The law-based protection didn't find Su Ping either, but very soon one of them changed his expression. Right. Hardly had he uttered a word when Su Ping appeared. Or rather, his burning sharp blades appeared. The man roared in fury and shock upon seeing the sharp blades. His body expanded, and battle tattoos appeared on his body. His shadow flashed towards the blades. The intangible shadow collided with the fiery blades, producing deafening noises. Su Ping was slightly surprised. It was quite a unique path, as it would be perfect in assassinations. Seizing the opportunity, the man quickly swallowed a pill and injected a purple potion into his arm. His astral power surged crazily, as if it were boiling. Although the improvement wasn't very significant for him anymore, every bit of additional power increased his chance to survive at the moment. But all hope was quickly dispelled. Su Ping charged again. He went after the young man who had turned into a half-beast, cutting him without mercy. Many laws collapsed in front of the edge. The young man roared and activated his small world, which was extremely solid. It crashed into Su Ping like a brilliant star. All the power of his laws was gathered on the surface of the small world. An infinite amount of faith power was bursting out of the small world. But then Su Ping's fiery blade cut into the small world. No way! The young man's eyes almost exploded. His small world had condensed all his laws and was unimaginably powerful. How could it not resist Su Ping's strike? Very soon, he felt that his laws were collapsing and crumbling. He was devastated by the aura of an unusual yet familiar law. It was the supreme law of chaos. Everything was reduced to chaos and nothingness. His perfect path of shadow was dissolved too. All the laws collapsed and all order was broken. There was an explosion, and his small world exploded. Su Ping had grasped a perfect supreme path. He was as different from Su Ping as he was from a normal Star Lord. Alhai's body bled once his small world exploded, making his face look extremely ghastly. Then his head exploded all of a sudden. Everything came to an end in the blink of an eye. Su Ping executed him and immediately went after the other person. Don't come any closer. The other young man was pale, as he didn't have the courage to fight. He turned tail and fled. However, Su Ping quickly caught up to him, using the Sun Chaser technique. The young man knew many secret techniques and was quite agile. However, he was eclipsed in every aspect. It was a slaughter. After a boom, he was slashed and burned. Two unparalleled Star Lords who had grasped perfect paths perished in an instant. The Star Lords who had made a run for it were hopping to check the result, but their hearts started pounding upon seeing the appalling scenario. The desperate ones simply ran to the distance, waiting to be freed from that slaughterhouse after the trial ended. Is this what Mr. Su is truly capable of? That's terrifying. Lulen Lin and the others were shocked and speechless. Lulen Feng wore a conflicted expression. He felt regretful. Had he been friendlier when Lulen Feng introduced him to Su Ping, he might have had a chance to learn a thing or two from him. They haven't even mastered the 4 supreme laws yet. As for the perfect paths that are on a higher level, we're still too far away from the peak. All of them were thinking the same. Yu Jing's and the others had the same feeling. They had always considered themselves to be at the apex of the Star Lord Pyramid. They had just realized that they were actually at the bottom. Once all the geniuses of the universe gathered, the real geniuses would come to light. Diaz, of all people, had the deepest feelings. He had participated in the contest with Su Ping. It had only been a few years since then, but the gap between them was devastating. He always considered himself a genius, believing that he would surely become a celebrity with the reincarnation divine constitution. He finally realized that he was just a lucky, yet mediocre person. Su Ping entered the deeper spaces while they wallowed in troubling feelings. He arrived in the sixth space, but didn't see any traces of battle. However, there were auras of Shui Qianhu's laws nearby, which seemed to be left over from the battle with the brawny man. There in the seventh space, Su Ping frowned. It was indeed possible for Shui Qianhu to stay in the seventh space with his perfect path of space. He wasn't an ascendant, but he was capable of doing what those in the ascendant state could. That made him a genius. Su Ping considered for a moment, but then immediately broke the void with the law of chaos. He stepped into the seventh space. At the same time, he hid the laws of illusion and origin inside of his body in case of any danger. Fortunately, he had been to the seventh space in cultivation sites a long time before. He would die all the time, but he visited it now and then. So, he wasn't a stranger to the place. Roar! The vague whispers next to his ears became clearer the moment Su Ping stepped in. He fell into a trance-like state as he saw giants and beasts roaring in front of him. They were extremely vivid. A complex power of laws was gathered in his eyes. Su Ping observed the scene with the eyes of origin, and the illusions were soon gone. He felt that the nearby space was shaking, which was a telltale of a fight. Su Ping narrowed his eyes, noticing it was in fact Shui Qianhu and the red-robed young man. Their battle was rather weird. The laws around them were in disarray. What surprised him was that the red-robed young man seemed to have mastered the path of time to perfection. Shui Qianhu, on the other hand, was shrouded by many spaces. There was also the aura of the law of destruction. He was also in possession of a perfect supreme law. The red-robed young man's actions gave Su Ping an idea. Is he trying to travel to another time? For more, visit all. Chapter 1097, Competition of Divine Constitutions. The red-robed young man was extremely furious as he fought. His plan was to use the path of time to kill Shui Qianhu when he was weak in the past. If he attacked the man in the past, the latter would be greatly wounded in the future, if not destroyed in the river of time. However, Shui Qianhu was more troublesome than he expected. The guy had also mastered a perfect path. The law of destruction. His law of time was constantly destroyed and neutralized, making it impossible for him to return to the past. They were currently caught in an impasse. The red-robed young man knew that his two companions weren't enough to stop Su Ping. The latter would soon catch up and join the battle if he wasn't able to win quickly. The situation would turn dire. Damn, why-oh. The red-robed young man glared at his opponent. He knew Shui Qianhu, who was 10,000 years younger than him. The latter had risen and left a mark in the Federation as soon as the former chose to retire from the Divine Lord rank. But he was already pursuing a perfect path back then, so he really didn't care about the guy. Little did he expect for the small kid to grow into such a tricky enemy in their next encounter. Is this what you're capable of? Shui Qianhu fought his enemy with the path of fire while destroying time and space. He chuckled after seeing how anxious the red-robed young man was. You'd better hurry, or you will surely die when my junior brother gets here. You want to kill me? The red-robed young man laughed out of fury. You don't know the first thing about the path of time. Nobody below the ascendant state can kill me unless I'm willing to die. Shui Qianhu chuckled and said, if you're so awesome, why are you fighting for the ultimate treasure? The red-robed young man was silent for a moment, then said angrily, no one can have too many trump cards. You, on the other hand, have cultivated for 50,000 years, yet a junior snatched the ultimate treasure while you only grabbed the tokens. I feel sorry for you. Oh yeah, he's even your senior. Brother, haha, hilarious. Are you trying to get a rise out of me? Shui Qianhu narrowed his eyes. You're just the same, aren't you? You don't dare to fight him. I was hopping to find out how many trump cards you could force him to use. He has mastered the perfect law of chaos. Is that his trump card? Replied the red-robed young man to mock him. Maybe. Alas, I've never seen him fighting with all his strength. Shui Qianhu attacked fiercely with the path of fire from one side while defending himself. The red-robed young man blinked and resisted Shui Qianhu's attacks. Since you're wary of your little senior brother, how about we work together and rob him of the ultimate treasure? You would get to keep the treasure and I'll take the tokens. We'll go to the central continent together. Do you take me for a fool? Shui Qianhu sneered. You'll fight me for the treasure as soon as we finish him off. I'm not scared of you, but I'd rather cooperate with him than with you. Your little senior brother has grasped a perfect supreme law, even though he's only in the star state. Who do you think between you and your little senior brother is more likely to win the legacy if you don't get the key and have to pass the other tests? The red-robed young man sneered and continued. That ancient true god surely wanted to pass his legacy to the most talented candidate. Although you're also gifted, you're not as good as your little senior brother, are you? Shui Qianhu frowned for a moment. Indeed. The red-robed young man did touch upon a subject he was most concerned about. His main goal was to win the key and reach the legacy sooner, but that was a competition encompassing 12 star zones anyway. He knew of many other Star Lords who were trickier to deal with than the red-robed young man. He had more trump cards, but he wasn't 100% confident of winning the key. Should the third test be about potential and talent, Su Ping would surely be more extraordinary than him if he lost and had to compete with Su Ping later on. It was already remarkable enough for him to grasp one perfect path back when he had a star state cultivation. Even his master was amazed at him. However, he wasn't as good as his senior brother by a fair margin. Shen Huang probably didn't know his disciple had been hiding that well. He might have accepted more of Su Ping's outrageous requests had he been aware, just to keep the man on his side. How about it? What do you think? Asked the red-robed young man. I'm no threat to you. Let's just kill him. You'll have the ultimate treasure and I'll keep the tokens. Will you still be scared of me if you have the ultimate treasure? Shut up, Shui Qianhu yelled at him and attacked even more furiously. Their intense fight prevented them from noticing that a transparent shadow was standing quietly at a certain distance from them. It was none other than Su Ping. Su Ping didn't expect that either. He was just observing the fight, hopping to see Shui Qianhu's trump card. He ended up seeing those two conspiring to kill him. I wonder how my junior brother will choose. Su Ping was rather curious. He stayed there and watched quietly. He had just tuned himself, as well as his auras and laws, into mirage-like elements with the law of illusion. Those two wouldn't spot him, unless they stopped fighting and examined the environment carefully. Are you really not going to consider it? Roared the red-robed young man, who was stepping back given Shui Qianhu's fierce attacks. I will personally finish my senior brother off if he becomes an obstacle to me. Shui Qianhu stared at the red-robed young man coldly. But you're not qualified to take advantage of me. You? The red-robed young man was furious. You really think there's nothing I can do about you? Come on and have a try. Shui Qianhu sneered. The red-robed young man roared and activated his constitution, unleashing a dazzling brilliance. He actually had one of the 10 divine constitutions too, named the Emperor Blood Constitution. It was said to be the bloodline left by an ancient emperor. The offspring of the emperor had already split up and couldn't be traced. However, those who had awakened the Emperor Blood Constitution were all his kin. Once the Constitution's full potential was attained, it would be possible to grasp the ultimate imperial law. The red-robed young man had obviously developed his constitution to the fullest as a Star Lord. More mysteries of his constitution had to be explored when he approached the ascendant state. The void quaked after a boom. The imperial law was released, eclipsing all other laws except the supreme. All were greatly weakened. The inferior laws almost collapsed, and their power was reduced to zero under the imperial law's pressure. Even the perfect laws were greatly weakened too. Shui Qianhu's paths of fire and space were similarly influenced. He had been standing in the seventh space without being affected, but the whispers of wicked gods arose and disturbed his mind when his paths were weakened. He even felt he was being pulled out of that deep space. His body was riddled with holes, and his energy was leaking at a fast rate. His law of destruction was also weakened a bit at the moment. The slight weakening immediately allowed the red-robed young man to seize an opportunity. He reversed time and was getting ready to execute Shuai Kaianhu when he was still young and weak. At that moment, Shuai Kaianhu suddenly uttered with a cold and calm attitude, "Have you forgotten my constitution?" The next moment, dazzling tattoos appeared on his body, spreading a terrifying power of law. He also had one of the 10 divine constitutions, named the Misfortune Constitution. The perfect law of misfortune was then released. Whoever was affected by the law would soon endure disasters. Even the supreme laws could hardly avoid its effect 3. It was the scariest constitution in the entire universe. While they had similar effects, the Curse Constitution and the Plague Constitution were no match. Roared. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed in the deep space. The red-robed young man felt dizzy after the shock. He soon realized what was going on. There was an ancient body drifting their way. The ancient body was almost 10 meters long and stark naked. There was a red crystal where his heart used to be. His eye sockets were hollow, no eyeballs remained. The body twisted just as it approached the red-robed young man. The latter changed his expression, as the move had indeed shocked and intimidated him. The ancient corpse was imposing. It was clear that his rival had sent him a disaster with the law of misfortune. Damn it! The red-robed young man didn't dare to stay there. He was about to escape to another point in time. The law of destruction, however, enshrouded him and destroyed his time law. "Stay here," Shuai Kaianhu was quite cold. "I didn't know what would happen if I activated the law of misfortune while in the seventh space, but it seems that I'm lucky this time. This disaster is for you only." The misfortune constitution would bring disasters not only to those around him, but also to oneself. It wasn't unusual for those who had the constitution to die even before they found out they had such a constitution. That is, unless they were born into powerful forces and had body examinations when they were very young. That way, they could be raised according to the accumulated experience from the history of the Federation. The competition of divine constitutions is truly spectacular. The Closeby Su Ping was still hiding in the void and staring at the approaching ancient corpse. He found it threatening. It seemed to be some sort of celestial state creature that found its demise there. It was real, not an illusion recorded by the deep space. "Get out of the way." The red-robed young man felt his blood curdling as he watched the incoming corpse. He roared crazily and activated his constitution when Shuai Kaianhu interfered with him. He burned his essence and blood as he charged in another direction. Shuai Kaianhu coldly chased after him. Chapter 1098, Opening. The red-robed young man swiftly escaped to another point in time. He tried to stay away from the incoming misfortune by hiding in other spaces. Shuai Kaianhu followed him closely, constantly tearing his way through the deep spaces as he tried to locate his rival. Su Ping glanced at them and eventually decided not to follow to avoid the risk of discovery. He shook his head, turned around and left. In any case, he had to rely on himself to get the legacy. Allies could turn on him at any moment. He couldn't trust anyone. Su Ping returned to the outside world. He saw that Lulen Lin, Diaz and the others were waiting for him at the peak. Their eyes glittered when they saw Su Ping. Still, they didn't see Shuai Kaianhu, which left them surprised and anxious. Jiangxi quickly asked, "Junior brother Su, where is junior brother Kaianhu?" Su Ping glanced at him and said calmly, "I was going to help them, but they fought their way to another point in time. I'm not an expert on space and time, so I couldn't help them. That's the reason I had to come out." Everyone exchanged looks, lost for words. "You're not an expert on space and time, but you know the perfect supreme law of chaos. You could have busted through the spaces and caught up to them." However, they could only accept whatever Su Ping said. They also heaved a sigh, as the trial was truly cruel. Even brothers could raise suspicion when dealing with the true god's legacy. They didn't think Su Ping was wrong, though. After all, when Shuai Qianhu fought Kepaf, he had also tried to figure out Su Ping's combat ability by lengthening the battle. They didn't know Shuai Qianhu all that well, and didn't like him that much either. After all, if Su Ping weren't powerful enough, all of them would have been in a dire situation. That junior brother wanted to kill them along with other people. "It's great that you've returned safely, junior brother Su," said Yu Jing's. All the others agreed with him. Wan Shuang wore a complicated expression. She was as strong as Kepaf, however she found herself in a team of monsters. Could she really beat those people and win the key? She had thought there was a good chance for her to succeed, but she already felt desperate after seeing the performances of Su Ping, Shuai Qianhu, and the red-robed young man. "Let's just wait for him here," said Su Ping. He then checked the time. There was half a day to go until the central continent was opened. There was plenty of time for Shuai Qianhu to return. "Junior brother Su, this is all the loot we grabbed from our enemies." Alina handed some storage treasures to Su Ping. He received them while engrossed in the battle taking place in deep space. Su Ping glanced at the treasures and accepted them. "You don't want them." "Junior brother Su, you must be kidding. You and junior brother Shuai killed them all. It's a given that the loot is yours," said Alina. Su Ping nodded, then went about examining the storage treasures. After a quick look, he discovered that there were plenty of treasures. Many of them were rare cultivation treasures. Su Ping simply summoned the little skeleton and his other pets, then threw the materials towards them so that they would be strengthened. All of them were crazy rich. He had conflicting feelings as he looked at the assorted rare materials. Many of the materials were very useful, even for him. He consumed a few special spiritual fruits. A violent stream of energy surged and transformed into deity aura. His body almost exploded. Su Ping had to transfer his power and condense the 8th astral painting in his body. 3 stars infused with laws were condensed. At the moment, there was only 1 hour left to go for the central continent's opening. Su Ping stopped cultivating. He frowned as he realized a problem. Shuai Qianhu was carrying all the 7 tokens, so that neither of them would be able to run away with both the tokens and the ultimate treasure. The red-robed young man probably had most of the other tokens. If the winner of their battle could just hide and leave with the tokens, then the rest of them would remain stuck on that continent, right? Also, they would be eliminated due to the lack of tokens by the end of the trial. Su Ping narrowed his eyes and looked at the distance. His master had told him that the tokens were of critical importance, and that he would have to fly to the central continent on his own if he didn't have tokens. However, ascendant state beasts left by the Celestials roamed the skis, so that nobody would be able to cheat. In the worst-case scenario, he would have to take the risk and fly to the central continent. Why is he still not coming back? Yu Jing's and the others paced back and forth while they waited anxiously. Some of them looked at Su Ping, hoping he would offer support to Shuai Qianhu, but held back in the end. After all, Shuai Qianhu was fighting in the 7th space, which was extremely dangerous. They had gone and taken a look at the 6th space while Su Ping condensed stars, but they didn't see Shuai Qianhu or his opponent. It was a breeze for someone with the perfect path of space to use it as an advantage. For instance, transferring the battlefield to the 7th space to pressure the other. However, the 7th space was dangerous even for them. Even geniuses like Su Ping would meet with danger if they stayed there for too long. Jiang Si approached Su Ping and said anxiously, "Junior brother Su, this is not good. We won't have any tokens if anything happens to both our junior brother and the other guy." Su Ping frowned but remained silent. "Junior brother Su, we didn't find any tokens elsewhere. They are probably holding the 10 tokens assigned to this continent," said Yu Jing's, who also moved closer. Su Ping looked at them and asked, "Senior brothers, what are you suggesting?" They looked at each other and became nervous. Jiang Si whispered, "We want you to help him, junior brother Su. We're too weak to help him. We can only count on you." Alina and Yu Jings were also looking at his junior brother with hopeful eyes. Lulan Lin's lips moved as if about to speak, but she made an effort to keep quiet. She didn't want Su Ping to encounter danger again. After all, the red-robed young man was definitely not a kind-hearted person, and his deadly strike was no joke. But if Su Ping didn't go, she would miss the opportunity of grabbing the legacy. She felt awfully sorry for Su Ping at the moment. After a long pause, Su Ping finally said, "Let's wait 30 minutes more." Everybody was relieved. Su Ping had accepted their request. Jiang Si was going to say something else, but Yu Jings pulled his arm. He instantly closed his mouth. Half an hour. There would be even less time remaining before the opening of the central continent. Was Su Ping really confident in their reappearance in 30 minutes? A vague space ripple appeared while everybody was quiet. Su Ping tuned around. Shuai Qian, who painted a sorry sight as he walked out. There was a lot of blood on his armor. His face was also pale. He didn't look half as poised as before. Yu Jings and the others felt relieved. They would still have tokens as long as Shuai Qian who returned. "How did it go?" asked Su Ping calmly. He stared at Shuai Qian who. The latter took a deep breath and soothed his chaotic aura. He said coldly, "Senior brother Su, why didn't you help me? The other two were no threat to you whatsoever, were they? You have two perfect paths, including the supreme law of chaos." The atmosphere instantly became intense. Yu Jings and the others were going to comfort him, but then stopped and became nervous, fearing that those two would continue fighting. Following Shuai Qianhu's demand, Su Ping calmly asked again, "So how did it go?" Fury flashed in his junior's eyes. The man said, "That guy knows a supreme perfect law too. He cannot be killed. He ran for it and has a token. We can only find him again on the central continent." Su Ping glanced at him and nodded, not bothering about anything else. Shuai Qianhu said angrily, "Senior brother Su, you haven't answered my question yet. Shouldn't we be helping each other as brothers?" Su Ping had already gone back to his relaxed, usual self. He acted slightly surprised, then quickly said, "Junior brother, you misunderstood me. I went to look for you, but you were in the 7th space. I can barely move there. I wouldn't be able to help even if I wanted to." "You know the law of chaos. How could you barely move there?" "But the law of chaos isn't very effective in space," said Su Ping innocently. "Junior brother, do you know the law of chaos better than I do?" PFF. Shuai Qianhu nearly choked. Indeed, he didn't dare say he knew that better than Su Ping did. However, he certainly knew what the man should be capable of. The man said while infuriated, "Senior brother Su, weren't you afraid I might leave with the tokens and leave you forever stuck, even if you had the ultimate treasure?" Su Ping was surprised. "Why would I? We're brothers. You'd never do that kind of thing, junior brother, would you?" Shuai Qianhu gazed at him and finally gave up talking. Despite 50,000 years of cultivation, he found he wasn't nearly as shameless and good at talking as his senior brother Su. Su Ping smiled. "Junior brother, let us make preparations. It won't be easy when we go to the central continent." "Indeed, junior brother, we're all brothers. Junior brother Su indeed went to look for you. So did we. It's just that we didn't find you." Yu Jings and the others quickly eased the tension. Shuai Qianhu scoffed. That didn't look good. However, he was actually much calmer than he looked. There was a body inside his storage space, riddled with holes and utterly deformed. However, the ragged clothes covering the body were red. Everybody immediately began to discuss how to find the key on the central continent. Su Ping went to see the members of the Lulan family and said, "The central continent is even more dangerous. Are you sure you want to go there? I can give you 3 tokens if you're willing to stay. You can simply wait there until the second test of the trial begins." Chapter 1099, Departure. The 3 of them looked at each other in bewilderment. Both Lulan Hai and Lulan Ju hesitated. To be honest, they knew what they were capable of, but their chances of winning the legacy would be significantly boosted if they somehow got the key. They knew they were too weak to keep it, but they were also reluctant to give up just like that. After a moment of silence, Lulan Lin said first, "Let's just wait here." Both Lulan Hai and Lulan Ju looked at her with stunned faces. They deflated like poked balloons. Their greed was extinguished just like that. Still, they felt relieved when they discarded their ambitions. "Mr. Su, thank you for your help on the way over. We'll just stay here," said Lulan Ju courteously. Lulan Hai also said, "Mr. Su, we will report what happened to the master of the Lulan family. We owe you a favor." "Sure." Su Ping also nodded, seeing that they were willing to stay. It was the rational choice. He glanced at Lulan Lin. Although she didn't say anything, Su Ping somehow knew that she didn't want to be a burden. "Junior brother, give them 3 tokens." Su Ping turned around and said to Shuai Qianhu. Shuai Qianhu raised his eyebrows and said, "We only have 7 tokens in total. Are you sure you want to give 3 to them?" The Lulan trio were just a joke in his eyes. They would have been eliminated in the first test without external help. And yet, they were going to receive tokens for the second test. It had to be noted that the thousands of candidates on that continent were top-performing geniuses of the Golden Star Zone, while there were only 10 tokens in total. Did the 3 of them really deserve the tokens? "Lam sure," Su Ping replied solemnly. After looking into Su Ping's eyes, Shuai Qianhu frowned and glanced at the people of the Lulan family. He didn't say anything in the end. He didn't want to offend them, since Su Ping was determined to help them. They belonged to one of the most powerful families of the universe anyway. He would have to socialize with them, even if he reached the celestial state. Once he thought of that, he tossed 3 tokens. Lulan Lin and the others felt relieved. They readily accepted the tokens. "Go and hide yourselves. A lot of people escaped earlier. Don't let them find you," said Su Ping. The 3 of them were alarmed. They looked around with guilty eyes as if they were thieves. "In that case, we're leaving, Mr. Su," said Lulan Ju hurriedly. Lulan Lin glanced at Su Ping, silent, glittery-eyed. She only whispered, "Be very careful. I believe that you'll rise to the celestial state even if you don't get the legacy." "TM, not sure whether you're confident in me or not," Su Ping chuckled. Lulan Lin didn't say anything else. She turned around and quickly walked away. The 3 of them soon disappeared into the void. Su Ping had examined the environment before giving away the tokens. He didn't see any lurkers, so nobody knew they had tokens. They should be safe as long as they hid themselves well. "You're a great nanny." Shuai Qianhu chuckled in amusement. Su Ping said casually, "There are always times when you have to rely on others. You were once under someone else's protection too, weren't you?" Shuai Qianhu raised his brows and snorted. He didn't say anything else. The central continent was opened. It happened in the blink of an eye. "Come into my small world. I've just detected the channel that leads to the central continent," said Shuai Qianhu. A token was glittering in his hand. It was possible to connect to the central continent through the token. Su Ping had also noticed that those who had escaped earlier were returning. They seemed to be trying their luck again, now that the continent was open. He ignored them as he stepped into Shuai Qianhu's small world. The latter wasn't daring enough to let Su Ping and the others enter his small world directly. Although he would be significantly stronger while weakening Su Ping in the small world, it was still a risky move given that the latter had mastered a perfect supreme law. It was possible that Su Ping could destroy his small world from the inside, heavily wounding him in the process. Wanyan Shuang, Yu Jings and the others followed closely after Su Ping. "Guys, please wait a moment." Some of the people who had returned could not wait any longer, seeing that they were about to leave. A young man approached them and was going to say something, but then Shuai Qianhu coldly said, "Get the hell out of here." The young man had to stop. The token in Shuai Qianhu's hand glittered shortly after, illuminating a channel in front of him. Shuai Qianhu stepped into the channel. He stayed near the entrance for a moment before he disappeared into it. All the warriors covertly watching swarmed to reach the channel, but it closed long before they could approach it. SHT. Faded. Goddamned Shen Huang's disciples. TL, remember that pretty boy. I will surely stomp on his face if I ever have the chance to. All those who approached the closed channel were screaming and cursing, loathed Shui Qianhu's guts. It would be pointless for them to fight each other if there were no more tokens. They started to disperse and leave, but some remained as if they were waiting for a miracle. They slid across the channel for a brief moment, then found themselves in the middle of a green forest, where mountains rose here and there. It was geologically impossible. Someone seemed to have planted the mountains haphazardly in the midst of that vegetation. Su Ping and the others walked out of Shui Qianhu's small world and examined the environment. They remembered what Shen Huang had said. The central continent was constantly changing, and there was no map. Not even their master had detailed information about the key. The thing didn't have any guard either, because if it did, it would be possible to trace the key by looking for the guard. The guard would expose the key's location. However, there was absolutely no lead at the moment. We can only search on a large scale for now. Good thing we know what the key looks like. Shui Qianhu looked around and saw that a fog was rising in the forest. Still, the fog wasn't neither made of vapor nor steam, but a type of special energy or law that blocked their senses. They couldn't detect a thing, not remotely. Those celestials really tried their best to stop each other from cheating. Su Ping could not help but shake his head as he looked at the blocked scenery. Needless to say, the central continent would be a gory battlefield. Fortunately, they knew the area, even though they didn't know the detailed layout. The central continent was 8 times as big as any of the branching continents. It was tantamount to an expanse as big as more than 2,000 blue planets combined. That information was very important. Otherwise, aimless searching would have been a hopeless task. Furthermore, the strange fog had disrupted their senses. Their sight had been significantly limited. They were no better than the ocean state cultivators. Given such circumstances, the central continent was almost endless to them. If we want to find the key sooner, I suggest we split up to make a search array to maximize our perception, said Shui Qianhu. Su Ping had no problem with that. Yu Jing's and the others acted prudently and kept their mouths shut, seeing that Su Ping was silent. Although there were a lot of people on the team, Su Ping and Shui Qianhu were the only 2 decision-makers. They couldn't seek out others for help during the trial, and none dared to be arrogant. There would be hundreds of ways for them to get killed with no blood on the 2 men's hands if provoked. Having no objections, Shui Qianhu took out a metal object that looked like a bamboo cylinder and said, "I'm sure you're no stranger to this thing. Each of us will grab one. It's time we resort to technology." "Junior brother Qianhu, you truly came fully prepared," complimented Jiangxi. In fact, he also had a similar item. It was really easy for people to fall into a bewildered state when exploring some special areas of the universe. On such occasions, the seemingly simple technological items would be best. Replacements for one's eyes. "How do I use this?" asked Su Ping curiously. Shui Qianhu could not help but glance at Su Ping. He then recalled that the latter was only in the star state and had only cultivated for a few years. He didn't say a thing. Someone else explained on his behalf. Su Ping heard Yu Jing's explanation, then realized it was a communication whistle they could use to form a network. The rest of the group would be alerted if any of them encountered any danger. It was like a walkie-talkie, except it was super enhanced and could be used in some places where magnetic fields were special. Soon after, each of them picked up a whistle and established a network. Su Ping instantly saw holographs of his teammates on the network. "All right, let's split up. We'll move in a straight line and go forward," said Shui Qianhu in a hurried manner. The others solemnly took action. It would depend on luck whether or not they could find the key. The only thing they could do was to increase their odds of success by trying harder. Su Ping and Shui Qianhu were in the long search party's 3rd and 7th position. This way they could reinforce their teammates as soon as possible if anyone was in danger. Su Ping tried to spread his senses as he searched, only to find that the central continent was truly perilous. There were some places that looked normal, but there were actually hollows, broken areas which couldn't be detected without knowing the law of space. If anyone accidentally fell into the hollows, they would very likely fall directly into deeper spaces. Chapter 1100, Vulnerability. The celestial experts surely did this on purpose to quickly deal with all the weaklings, even if they were lucky enough to come this far. They can't become obstacles to their favorite candidates. Su Ping circumvented the traps. He felt that he and his teammates seemed to merely be chess pieces in the trial, and the real players were the actual celestials who had prepared the trial. The communication whistle enabled Su Ping to see what other people could see and share their sight. That was an item used by the Federation to explore unknown regions. It helped them forge trust among them, although feeble. If any of them discovered the key, it would be tantamount to the rest discovering it as well. There would probably be a fierce and gruesome competition by then. Su Ping heaved a sigh as he thought of that. The universe had always been cruel when it came to the competition of resources. However, Diaz and the others were the most concerned of all. The whistles were like ropes to tie them. Although the place was extremely dangerous, they still wished to try their luck and find the key if they were fortunate enough. Still, the current arrangement wouldn't allow them to keep the key even if they found it. Su Ping and Shui Qianhu were like two mountains on their backs. Everybody felt uncomfortable and ambivalent. Part of them wanted to find the key, while the other part was hopping against it. Some of them were secretly considering other plans. The team had been united earlier. Their trust had declined ever since they entered the central continent. Master purposefully separated the ultimate treasure from the tokens. It's probably also a test to find out whether or not we would kill each other. Su Ping considered his master's plan while he searched, hopping to figure out what he was up to. There's only one ultimate treasure. Master knows that Shui Qianhu is the strongest. He probably wanted to find out if the guy would kill all the others for the ultimate treasure. But what's the point of the test? To find out whether or not he has a good heart by putting our lives at risk. Or maybe, is this test about something else? But I don't think the celestial state experts would add anything unnecessary. What matters should only be the real hard strength. Su Ping's eyes blinked, but he soon realized he had forgotten something. It was his master's understanding of his strength. Perhaps in his master's eyes, Shui Qianhu would be the uncontested team leader while they traveled on the central continent, and all the others would help the latter fight for the key. His master wasn't expecting that Shui Qianhu would fail in getting the ultimate treasure. My master is well aware of Shui Qianhu's combat ability. He probably thinks he's strong enough to suppress all dissidents. No wonder he made such an arrangement. Su Ping was enlightened. He shook his head and continued searching carefully. Everybody was blanket searching, which was rather boring for him. However, it was quite dangerous for Diaz and the others. They didn't detect some of the void traps until they were really close. They nearly fell several times. Their teammates might not even rescue them if something happened. After all of them were competing against each other. Time flew. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, all invested in searching. Aside from the void traps, there were also dangers in swamps and forests. A lot of beasts with remarkable camouflaging abilities would ambush intruders. Some swamps could spit special tentacles to catch the passers-by. Everyone encountered dozens of crises in that short 3-day period. Diaz and the others were exhausted, while Su Ping, Shui Qianhu and Wanyan Shuang had been able to easily deal with the situation. The only thing that bothered them was that Diaz and the other teammates were too slow as they tried to avoid dangers. They would have to slow down just to keep the formation. So far, they had yet to meet competitors from the other star zones. Considering the central continent's expanse, they had only explored the area of 5 planets in 3 days. It would take them 40 years to comb through the entire continent. The search continued. Wanyan Shuang was carefully examining the environment and supervising Su Ping and Shuai Qianhu's movements. Her eyes twitched as she saw something, but then quickly looked away. She then glanced at Su Ping and Shuai Qianhu, only to discover that they were still moving forward, just like before. Her heart pounded nervously. That must be a token, Wanyan Shuang thought. She believed her eyes, although she wasn't able to observe it for long. To be honest, she was planning to leave the team and travel on her own. It was absolutely impossible for her to defeat those two. Trying her luck would give her better odds. She would have the chance to explore on her own if she could find the token. While she considered how to leave the team without raising suspicion, she heard a cry for help from the communication whistle. It was Jiang Si. Everybody else heard his voice too. They saw him disappear, swallowed by a void trap. Su Ping also noticed and immediately ran to him. Shuai Qianhu also dashed over right after. Everybody stopped in front of the void trap, which was hardly perceivable. Junior brother Jiang, Yu Jing's looked at the void trap with grief. He looked back at Su Ping and Shuai Qianhu. Junior brothers, is there a way to rescue him? Su Ping remained silent as he stared at the void trap. Shuai Qianhu narrowed his eyes, seemingly investigating. A moment later, he said, "The seventh space is on the other side. He's probably dead already." Yu Jing's and the others had somber expressions. Shuai Qianhu shook his head and said, "Let's proceed. We were all prepared to die before we came here. If any of you is unwilling to continue, just say it. I may give you a token for our master's sake. However, we only have a limited number of tokens. I gave 3 of them away and there's only 4 left. There are 9 people on the team. Senior brother Jiang is gone, but we're still short of 4 tokens. We haven't found any new tokens in the past few days. I can only offer 3 tokens in total." Everybody looked at each other in bewilderment. Wanyan Shuang's eyes glittered, but she didn't step up to quit. She thought that Shuai Qianhu might have said that on purpose. Yu Jing's and the others looked at each other in bewilderment, but didn't say anything. Shuai Qianhu looked around and heaved a sigh. "Since nobody is willing to leave, let's proceed. Senior brother Jiang should have been more careful. Everybody, you need to be extra cautious. There are some dangers we cannot rescue you from." He seemed to be implying something in the end. Everybody nodded gravely. Shuai Qianhu gave Su Ping a silent glance, then returned to his previous position. Yu Jing's and Kaio Lucy were friends with Jiang Si. They mourned him for a while and eventually returned to their positions, still grieving. The team's atmosphere became even heavier. Somewhere in one of the deeper spaces, a person was lying quietly. He was shrouded in a hazy light that protected him from the strange power in the void. He was none other than Jiang Si. He was looking around vigilantly, his eyes tuned cold after seeing that Shuai Qianhu didn't try to go for him. "I knew he wouldn't rescue me. Humph, right on the money. You didn't know that I had a secret treasure that could help me stay briefly in the 7th space, right? Unfortunately, it can only be used once." Jiang Si felt a deep pang of regret as he spoke. But he soon started moving. He didn't stay in the place for too long and was about to work on finding his way. I don't know if old Yu's acting skills were good enough to trick them. The thing I noticed earlier was probably the key. Too bad I didn't have more time to observe it. If it is the key, then, I'm sorry, old Yu. His eyes glittered. He then swam in the middle of the hazy light. Exactly at this moment, a hoarse roar was heard approaching. Jiang Si immediately stopped and looked around vigilantly. Then, he saw the most terrifying scene. An ancient, magnificent figure gradually emerged. It looked like a giant, but its skin was covered in green moss, and there was a crazy surplus of limbs on its body. Jiang Si was floating by its chest at the moment, like a glittering firefly. To think there would be such a terrifying thing beyond the void trap. Was that the main danger of the 7th space? No, Jiang Si was frightened. While searching, Shuai Qianhu suddenly spoke to Su Ping telepathically. "Senior brother Su." Su Ping asked with an unchanged expression, "What's up?" She continued, Master said that the central continent would be open for a month. Our progress is too slow. What do you think about us looking for people of the other star zones first and robbing them of their ultimate treasures? If so, even if someone else finds the key, we can always beat them and loot their key before the end of the trial. Su Ping's eyes glittered, knowing that his junior brother could no longer hold back.